I'm going to gavel us into our special council meeting to consider the proposed charter and to take action on the ballot articles, to warn the ballot articles for March 3rd, 2026. This meeting was called for 6 p.m. Wednesday, January 28th in the council chambers here in the municipal building. It's now 6:06 and present we have myself, President Kevin Charbonneau online, council members Carter Finnegan and John Manette present in the room. Council member Andrew Touchette hopes to join us as soon as he can, given an emergency that's taking place at his workplace. We have Jim Johnson, our clerk treasurer, Carrie Schultz, our financial and office administrator, is in the room, and we have legal counsel Dave Rue from SPNF online. Are there any additions or deletions, council members, to the agenda? John? Kevin, you okay?
No additions or deletions.
Thank you. Jim?
None.
And I have none. So moving on to the consent agenda, there's only one item in the consent agenda, and that is the permit request from Caledonia Spirits Incorporated. It was in your packet. We do have some AP warrants and minutes that are here, but I didn't get them in time to warn them over the weekend, so we'll deal with those on Monday night, and we'll put them in the packet this weekend. Are there any questions about the consent agenda?
I move that we approve it.
I have a move to approve the consent agenda. A second?
I'll second.
And I have second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. And speaking of Carrie, would you like to come join us up front here, please? So, our task this evening is to review any comments that council members have made on their own notes and all of the notes and suggestions that we've heard during 2 public hearings from members in the community. And the way I propose that we try this and see if it works is that we'll ask Carrie to bring up the document and share it on the screen, and then we'll go through the document and go section by section as we have before and talk about the comments that we've heard and make a decision either to take action on the comment or to move on from that. Carrie will do a track changes. So if there are comments that we take no action on, she'll simply delete them. If it's a comment that we choose to act on, she will make the change so that we have a red line version at the end of the evening that we can take action on. Okay. So I think we can just start. I will say John has done some work and is going to help us, I think, in particular with some of the more detailed suggestions and language for those suggestions, which I was extremely grateful to receive this week. Thank you, John. Do we have somebody else trying to get in?
No.
And no questions online? Okay. So we'll give Carrie a moment to bring up the document online for us.
I'm just gonna do a split screen.
Great.
So on the right is the version we ended with on Monday. On the left is the version that John has already taken some edits to.
And we'll be editing in the
right side.
the right side. Okay, so we've got 2 versions on the screen. The version that has all the comments that were made through Monday night's meeting. And the version on the left has some of the specific suggestions that John has worked on that he can propose and we can talk about.
Yeah, I did not work through every single comment, but picked up a fair number of them and tried to flag them, particularly some of the more technical ones.
Great.
Yeah.
So, John, I trust that you'll actually help us to pick up where we need to kind of pause and look deeper.
So Well, in terms of Article 1, in my document, there's literally only one comment, which is in line 105, or section 105, fourth line, where it says 4 council members. I just changed that to the term alderpersons, and there are a couple of other places I flagged in the document as we go through where the 4 other people, other than the mayor, need to be distinguished.
You want to just say a word about that? We had a lot of conversation about it. How did you land where you did? And actually, let me say one more thing first, John. The way I intend to do this tonight is we're not going to try and take council action on every change. We're simply going to work together as a group of the whole. If it feels like we have consensus, we'll make the change and move on. At the end, we'll take one action, either to move ahead with the document as edited, to present it to the voters, or not. Okay.
Yeah, and that makes sense for any that there are consensus on, any that there may be disagreements among the council members on should be addressed more specifically.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So anyway, in Article 1, in Section 105, fourth line, there's a place where it says shall include 4 council members and a mayor. I just changed council members to alderpersons there. And I think there are a couple of other places in the document where it was flagged where the point of the comment, and I agreed with it on reflection, is that there needs to be a method of distinguishing the people other than the mayor because the body as a whole comprises the council. So that was the logic behind that. And
So let's pause there for a moment. Carter, do you have any concerns about that?
No, I think that meets a function that was missing and also kind of has a little bit of that historic, I think that meets the function and the request. I appreciate John kind of explaining the background, and also has a little bit of that historic context that people like. And so wherever we can bring that back in a modern, relevant way is nice. So I also agree.
Kevin, do you have any comments? I can't see you, so speak up if you do. Actually, speak up even
I don't
if you,
have any.
I was going to say, speak up if you do or if you don't, so I make sure I'm not running by you. Okay. So if everyone's comfortable with that, I guess what we would have to do is a search and replace, Carrie, on council members to make sure that we hit them all.
I
well,
think John has done
not
it.
necessarily, because there are other places where it refers to the body as a whole.
Where it should be.
So it's very specific.
Okay, so we'll just do them as we go, John?
Yeah.
Is what you're thinking?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna delete council members.
Okay. All right. Can we go back to the beginning and just talk about the various comments? I think there was one, yes, that Sharon Perry offered, which I think we all agreed, including Sharon, that probably isn't a charter comment so much as a commitment to include or hear from the school district, from the school here in Newport. So if everyone's comfortable, we'll simply delete that comment.
Yeah, I mean, the school is an independent body with its own board, so, we can't compel them to do anything or vice versa.
Right. Is there somebody else trying to come in?
Yeah, which is fine.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
No, we're gonna just keep moving through, unless it's for content that you think we're making a. All right, I'm gonna allow this, but I'm gonna keep us on a very tight leash tonight.
So you're taking out the name alderman for the 4 members of the council that sit. Are you taking away the powers of the board of aldermen?
No,
No.
all it does is change from this version, which said council members, and changes it to alderpersons.
It's just to clarify the distinction in the term council members. Generally speaking in the document, if it's not modified, refers to the 5.
Right.
But there are several specific places in the document where the reference is actually only to the 4, excluding the mayor.
Correct.
And so by using the alder term, we're distinguishing between the other 4 and the mayor. It has nothing to do with powers, it just has to do with clarifying when we're talking about the 4 versus the 5.
So it doesn't assign the mayor additional powers?
It does
No,
not.
it's got nothing to do with power, it's just to clear up an ambiguity.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so we're,
Delete this.
yep, we're gonna delete that comment. Kevin, if you feel like I've gotten ahead of you, say so, okay?
And then we can delete this.
And then we can delete that one because we've
John
addressed
has
it.
done it, and so we'll adjust where appropriate.
Yep.
Any conversation with this one?
And this one was suggestion to include citizen in the font type.
The form.
This was, oh, in the form of government, citizen council manager. Anybody have a comment on that?
Yeah, my only comment really is that every other charter that I've read in Vermont that talks about the council manager or select board manager form of government uses only the two terms and doesn't add citizen.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
that creates a distinction that raises the question of what are we trying to do that's different, given that we're not changing any other basic state statutory rights.
Carter, I see you nodding. Kevin, any concerns with this one if we simply delete the comment and move on?
No concerns.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want me to jump in with
Please.
my notes first.
Yes. So, okay, just to be clear, we've now moved on to subchapter 2. We've addressed everything that council members have or would like to note in subchapter 1. Okay, go ahead, John.
So in section 201A2, there was a suggestion that we add at the end of that sentence after the word charter, the words or state statute. And I think that comment makes good sense, and so I'd suggest adding it.
Okay, so it would just,
So-
no punctuation, we just say by this charter or by state statute?
Correct. In other words, between the word charter and the period, insert the words or state statute, just those three words.
Okay,
Can I just have some brief question? And or,
No,
no,
Just
that
or.
actually confuses it more.
does it, okay,
and or creates
Okay.
ambiguity.
That's right.
okay, thank you.
Okay, Carter and Kevin, if you're okay, we're gonna make that change.
Agreed.
Okay? Thank you, Kevin. And then we can get rid of that one. Okay, the next question. Go ahead, John.
Then the next one I flagged was in section 202A. And again, the two words at the end of that sentence, council members, that's one of the places where it needs to be changed to alderpersons for clarity.
Okay. Okay, we're just gonna make that change unless we hear from Kevin or Carter or something different.
And then in 202C, in the second and third line, I changed the word members to alderpersons, again, for consistency and clarity.
It happens twice, yes. So that two alderpersons there,
Yeah,
and then below, the other two alderpersons. Okay,
and then if we move on from there, in 203A, we have the first instance of the inconsistency reference question that was raised that appears in numerous places throughout the document, where there are places where the reference is to city council, other places it says council, other places it says manager, other places it says city manager. In any event, the edit that I made that runs throughout the document is to be consistent everywhere, making all the council references city council and all the manager references city manager. So on the next to last line of 203A, where the first word is council, simply insert the word city in front of it.
got it. Okay, Kevin, I'm going to assume you're okay with that.
Yeah, and there are numerous instances
And we'll do
of
them,
that.
yeah, so when those come up, we'll just do them as we go.
Yeah, I'll try to flag them all. 203B, second line, same thing, in front of the word council near the end of the line, insert city. And then there are a couple of more substantive changes in that one, based on comments.
Okay?
So the more substantive changes are after the word writing, at the end of that second line, where it says at least 3 days before the next regular council meeting, there was a comment or comments to the effect that that could conceivably drag out the veto process and actual approval of an action for a long period of time. And in looking at the veto provision in the old charter, it created a 7-day time limit. So after the word writing, what I suggest we do is delete the words at least 3 days before the next regular council meeting and insert the words no later than 7 calendar days after passage, which is actually what the current charter says.
Okay,
And the veto provision in the charter is unusual. Most places don't have it, but Newport's did. And so that would be the first substantive change, and then there's another change once Carrie gets that one squared away.
okay, Kevin, you're okay with that one? We talked about this at length the other night.
Yeah, and I had suggested the language a couple of meetings ago.
Yes, I think it was 2 meetings ago, right?
At the first public hearing, I think. And the next part of the language I'm going to suggest, I also suggested at that hearing.
Okay, why don't we do that one, and then I'll pause and make sure we get Kevin to weigh in verbally.
Yeah, so in the sentence that begins, any veto by the mayor, where it says can be overridden by a vote of 3 or more council members, that's a place where council members need to be changed to alderpersons.
Yes.
And then there's another phrase to add when Carrie gets caught up to us.
Thank you for pausing. Go ahead.
So at the end of that sentence, at the next regular city council meeting, after the word meeting, my suggestion is to insert the phrase, and consideration of the same by the city council shall be an agenda item at its next regular meeting. In other words, if the mayor vetoes, the mayor can't then refuse to put the override consideration on the agenda.
Nice,
The
yes.
prior charter was somewhat ambiguous on that point.
You have Andrew now.
Andrew, welcome. We're in the subsection 200, and John is walking us through some changes.
So do we want to adopt this?
Yes, so let's go ahead and put it in, and then we'll read the whole paragraph out loud
Yeah.
and make sure that all the council members are okay with it.
Yeah.
Andrew, can you hear me? Is he muted?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Okay, great. So Andrew, if you just stay unmuted and feel free to chime in anytime, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Glad you're with us. Okay, is this the
So
way?
when Carrie's ready, I can read it.
Go ahead if you would, please, John.
So the way that it reads with the changes is the mayor may veto any action passed by the city council, provided that documentation of the veto and an explanation of the reasons for it are provided to the city council in writing no later than 7 calendar days after passage, period. Any veto by the mayor can be overridden by a vote of 3 or more alderpersons at the next regular city council meeting, and consideration of the same by the city council shall be an agenda item at its next regular meeting.
I like it.
You can delete this comment since that was just you noting this change.
So Andrew and Kevin, Carter's nodding her head in affirmation. Are you okay with the language that John just read for that paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, John, let's keep going.
Okay, and then Next one, there were a couple in section 204. And we had received a comment relating to part of this. So the first change would be in the first line where it says the terms of elected officers, just inserting the word newly in front of elected.
Mhm.
And the second change is more complex. It's more deletion than addition, but when Carrie's ready, I'll start on that one.
I think we're ready. right,
Okay,
Karen?
so second line,
Well,
it currently says sworn into office by the city clerk at a duly warned meeting immediately following election, et cetera, et cetera. Based on the comment, and I think that this one makes good sense as well, from my perspective in thinking about logistics. Delete the entire phrase, at a duly warned meeting immediately following election at which the certification of votes shall be announced as the first order of business, and substitute simply the words, or any other official authorized to administer oaths, without tying it to a timeline. That way, if, depending on the circumstances, if the newly elected people happen to come to the meeting after the votes are counted on Tuesday night, they can be immediately sworn in. Otherwise, they can stop at the clerk's office the next day and be sworn in. Whichever works. It does, in other words, it doesn't have to be held up until the duly warned meeting.
Does this create, if we follow that suggestion, does it create any potential that somehow someone who's been duly elected could be kept from taking office? I'm thinking of Adelita Grijalva, I think is her name, right? Raul Grijalva's daughter, who just got blocked for 2 full months from being seated in Congress
Right.
last fall. So I just want to make sure that in trying to clean that one up, we're not actually creating a situation in which someone who, a mayor could refuse to put that swearing in on an agenda.
Well, it doesn't have to be on an agenda because it says that the city clerk or any other official authorized to administer oaths, which means that any notary of the public or justice of the peace can swear the person in. And as long as that's properly documented, that's it. So it can't be blocked.
Okay,
Because obviously, if say the city clerk tried to block it, there are certainly plenty of other folks in the community that have the capacity to do it.
okay.
Or you could walk across the street and get the Superior Court judge to do it for that matter.
Dave Rue, I'm just going to say out loud what I should have said earlier, which is that I'm assuming you're following along, and if you have any concerns that you think we should consider before we take action on any of these, please say so.
Will do, and yes, that's how I've been monitoring.
Okay, thank you. So John, could you read that section 204 then, and then we'll make sure we have consensus?
There's two other
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
changes. In the line that begins at the first regular or special meeting following the annual city meeting, where it says the council, the word city needs to be inserted.
Yep,
And then I struck where it says by majority vote of the entire council. I just struck the words of the entire council. And if we just say by majority vote, I think that covers it. In other words, we don't necessarily need 3 out of 5 to organize,
got it.
as
Okay.
long as we have a quorum and a majority.
All right, so you want to read it, the whole thing, John?
So I'll read the whole thing as it would read after those changes are made. The terms of newly elected officers shall commence as soon as new members are sworn into office by the city clerk or any other official authorized to administer oaths, period. At the first regular or special meeting following the annual city meeting, the city council shall, by majority vote, organize and appoint a president who shall assume the duties of the mayor as requested or necessary when the mayor is unable to carry out those duties.
So I just want to raise one concern, and it's a similar one to the one I raised a moment ago. By removing the "by the entire council," that means that if 2 members of council show up, and for some reason 2 members don't, the 2 members of council and the mayor could then appoint the president.
Exactly.
And it seems to me that it is a useful exercise for the council to all have a voice in naming the president as a matter of, confidence going forward. So am I wrong about my interpretation of that if we make that change?
Well, that presumes obviously that all 5 people show up at that first regular or special meeting following the annual city meeting when the election takes place. That's the catch.
That's the catch. But don't we avoid the catch entirely if we don't take out those words "of the entire council"? Add the word "city." The city council shall, by majority vote of the entire city council, organize and appoint a president. Then you've got a vote of at least 3 out of 4 of the city council members electing that president.
Yeah, what I was questioning is the word "entire." Maybe David can weigh in on that.
Oh, that's a good question, because the mayor shouldn't be voting.
Yeah.
Right, which is not my intent. Dave, do you have an opinion about that?
No, I like John's change here in the removal of the entire council.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mean to actually create even more of a problem by suggesting somehow that the mayor gets to vote on that.
Talking about this.
I think doesn't the mayor get to vote on the council president?
No.
If there's a tie though, right?
Only if there's a tie.
Only
right?
if there's a tie or you're creating a majority.
Only if there's a tie or
creating a
necessary to
quorum.
create a quorum.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, then I do like John's change, because it goes without saying.
That's a clarifying question, very briefly. So the president is not president of the council. He or she is president of the Board of Aldermen. And it's always been stated for the last several councils, and the language is wrong on the webpage. It was changed. That's another story, but not by you. But it's the president of the Board of Aldermen, because they are a separate entity with separate powers. And they are the counterweight to the mayor and the mayor's powers. So, for example, if you go through the charter, you'll see that the Board of Aldermen actually have the right to call executive session without the mayor. So the Board of Aldermen, those 4 who you're now calling council, which I think actually maybe leads it to be more confusing, because the council is defined in charter as in their capacities as mayor and Board of Aldermen. That forms the council. That's the definition of the council. So I do wonder, the president is not the president of the council, it's president of the Board of Aldermen, and that's why he or she is elected by the Board of Aldermen, not because necessarily the mayor doesn't have a vote.
So I'm going to ask Dave,
But we didn't say that it was the president of council, we just said president.
but it does say election of city council president in the title of that
Yes.
section. But I'm not
You're
sure.
basically,
Go ahead, Dave.
this is an issue of semantics. You can call them the president of the council or the Board of Aldermen. It doesn't make a difference. They are, the council president is the president of the council, and they act as the mayor if the mayor is absent, period. It doesn't really matter.
Which in this charter, I think is the way the council president's authority is delineated.
So, I mean,
Correct.
we can solve the problem in the caption simply by rewording the caption as well to say election of president of Board of Alderpersons, something to that effect.
Well, except I find that more confusing.
Yeah,
It's as if we're creating a separate body, and this charter doesn't contemplate a second body.
right.
But
Yeah, I think you
So
just
I'm not
leave
going
it
to take
as
any more
council
comment. Thank you.
president.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I said I think you just leave it as city council president.
I do too. I think that's what then it's consistent with the rest of the charter. Okay,
Yeah, this is an office distinct from mayor, so yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so John has read it. Do you want to say anything else, John, before we make sure we've got approval?
No, and I actually, I think that was the only thing in 204. So no.
Okay, so Kevin, Andrew, and Carter, are there any questions or concerns, or are you comfortable with the language as it stands now?
I'm solid,
No,
comfortable.
Okay,
Are we fine
I
to
agree.
remove this comment at this point? since I-
hold on, let me just make sure I've got Kevin on board. Kevin, are you okay?
Yeah, I just heard.
Was that Kevin speaking? And I can't see the screen, so I'm not sure if that was Andrew or Kevin.
Yes, yes, I'm good.
Okay, then we've got everybody. So yes, you can remove the comment now. Okay, John, thank you.
Okay, so 205 had a number of comments. I'll run through what I did, and then there's a couple of other comments besides that. So, second line in front of the word council, the word city just needs to be plugged in.
We got it.
And third line, because the council always has the inherent right to call for a special meeting, I just inserted in front of by petition, either by vote of the city council or.
Okay,
And
let's
then-
set aside the 5% threshold for a moment. We'll talk about that
Right,
separately.
yeah, that's a separate issue. Then 2 lines below that, there are 2 places where the word city needs to be inserted in front of council.
Yeah, and then right away,
2 lines below that, 1 more place where city needs to be inserted in front of council. And then at the next place where it says by petition, again inserting the words either by vote of the city council or.
Right, yeah, you're right where your cursor is at the end of that sentence, or that line. Meeting called by petition.
Yeah. Yeah, so afterwards it would read either by vote. of the
Not
city
there, at
council.
the end of the word petition. Oh, no, called by,
In front of the word petition.
you're right,
In front
sorry.
of the word by, actually.
Yep,
So it would read called either by vote of the city council or by petition.
got it.
Okay, and then when you're ready.
Okay, do we have somebody raise a hand?
Yeah, that was me.
Go ahead, Dave.
I was wondering if the second sentence shouldn't just start with, if an alderman dies, resigns, or is incapacitated, is recalled or ceases to be a resident of the city.
So yeah, that shortens up the phrase considerably. Good point.
Yes,
So if we go back up, let me see here.
yeah. It's 4 or 5 sentences down.
So
Carrie's got
1,
it.
2, 3, 4, yeah, 5th line down where it begins with, if a city council member other than the mayor.
Mhm.
If we shorten that up so that it simply reads, if an alder person
Yes,
dies, etc. That would, yeah,
good,
certainly makes it more readable.
got it.
For some reason I didn't go through, it says like if and it doesn't
And then,
say other person, even though I just saw you
Oh.
type it, I know.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then, is it supposed to say if an older person?
And then get rid of other than the mayor, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
If an older person dies, resigns, is incapacitated, etc.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's good.
And then where we left off before, in the latter section, there are 4 places where the word city needs to be plugged in front of council.
Yeah, okay.
Can you name them each, so we make sure we get them all, John?
Let's see, the first one is in the sentence, incapacity shall be determined by a vote of the council.
Mhm. Yep,
And then the next 2 are essentially in the next sentence, the failure by any member of the council to attend at least half of the meetings of the council.
Yeah. You got that one too, Carrie? Yep.
And then the last one is in the very last sentence, if the council is unable to agree on an interim replacement.
Got it.
Missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, because we changed the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Changed all the,
So John, are we ready for that more substantive conversation about the threshold, the 5% threshold?
Yeah, I can't actually see the comments from here, so I suppose if I turn my map, I could read them over here.
So I think we've got, the first comment is council has the ability under state law to call an election. So we've addressed that. You can get rid of that comment.
Yeah.
And I think,
Well, the second comment represented another charter that I saw that had a totally different concept relating to 2-year terms, a completely different approach to election versus appointment. And that charter, I've forgotten what community it is now, but the way that charter worked in a nutshell is that if the vacancy occurred during the first year of a term, there would be an election period, no discretion. If the vacancy occurred during the second year of the term, there would be an appointment period, no discretion. And the council president would essentially become the mayor for the remainder of the term, and then the council would appoint a city councilor to fill the resulting vacancy. But that charter was set up that way, completely different concept.
Yeah, I don't-
Automatic election in the first year, automatic appointment in the second year, no discretion.
unless somebody feels strongly, I don't feel the need to try and
Yeah,
tinker with
I
that.
brought it up only to illustrate that there was a completely different concept out there,
Right.
and it was sort of definitely the minority point of view, but it does exist in Vermont.
Okay, so we can get rid of that comment.
Yeah, it was.
Carter's nodding her head. Andrew and Kevin, you okay if we just let that one go by?
I think it's interesting
Yeah.
to think how, like, other folks go about this creatively, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, but,
Yeah.
It is very difficult to hear those of you who are talking to each other.
We'll continue to do our best. We appreciate the reminder.
I hear you, but
I understand, and we'll continue to do our best. I want to be clear, we are working primarily with each other tonight. We're trying to be cognizant that there are people in the room, but my concern is actually the ability to go back and forth with each other and get clear on what we want. That's my
However,
primary
this
concern.
is
I hear you,
still-
Pam, I don't want to keep going back and forth. I got your point. It's well taken, and we'll try and do our best.
So I think all the other comments are focused on variations on the 5% versus 25 people versus some other number theme. And, I think David pointed out, and to the extent I've looked at other sections of the law, 5% is the standard for almost everything relating to municipalities and petitions statewide. If you look at, and I know I was criticized for pointing out the obvious previously, but if you look at the size of the voter checklist in 1917 versus now, I'd be surprised if there were even 1,000 people on it back then, for the reasons pointed out. And 25 people back then was 2.5% of 1,000, if you posit 1,000. And so, just extrapolating based on the current size of the checklist, if we work it down to what probably the actual checklist is after Jim's challenges that are pending, 3,000, 2.5% of 3,000 is 75, just to provide some illustrative numbers and context. 25 is less than it takes to even get a petition to get on the ballot.
Dave, can I ask you a question about this? If we
Sure.
choose to create our own standard, 3%, just to pick a number, are we creating potential headaches, or is it a clear enough distinction that it's not a problem? I understand the desire to try and not coordinate, but to try and be complementary to state statute wherever possible. But you know, honestly, I feel a little bit like a Goldilocks situation here, right? Like I believe that 25 is too low a threshold to call for a special election. But currently, with what did you tell us, Jim? Almost 4,000 on the rolls at the moment?
Yeah, 5%.
Yeah, I think 5% is about 180.
Right, that's a lot. And unless we're creating a major problem for ourselves, I would support something that's kind of in the middle, because I think if it rises to the level of 100 people in this community saying, I care about this, or 90 people, or whatever that number would be, and I prefer to use a percentage than as opposed to a number, because then it will adjust appropriately with the folks. And I was a little bit taken aback at just how hard it is to clean our rolls too, right? So at the moment, we've got almost 4,000 people on the rolls, but even in a really active election, we're lucky to see 2,000 of them show up. I think it was 1,900 in the...
Lucky to see 300.
Well, no, I'm talking about in the biggest election, I think we had almost 2,000 vote in the last presidential
Somewhere
election.
between 16 and 1,800.
Yeah, there you go. So it's, you know, my point is, there's a whole lot of people who, in that number, that 4,000 number, who aren't playing any role whatsoever in the community, and a bunch more who aren't playing an active role.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the sort of Goldilocks situation, somewhere between 2.5 and 3% is 100 people based on the current checklist. So, you know, it's my suggestion would be whatever percentage is chosen, please be consistent throughout the charter.
And if we do that, you think we're not creating some unseen problem somewhere else?
No, because where there is a conflict between general law and the charter will control. And so if the charter says specifically it's 3% to call a special meeting of the city, that's going to control over, just like the 25 people does, over the general law of 5%. So, you know, I think the best thing to do, if you're not going to go with 5%, is to pick a number and just be consistent throughout. That's the number, that's the percentage you need for a valid petition to be submitted to do anything.
Well, this is, except in the case of recall, this is...
Hold on just a second.
Oh, sorry.
Andrew, were you trying to speak?
Yeah, I also think that if we do a certain percentage, it should be based upon those numbers at that time. Because like Mr. Johnson spoke to last week, we have approximately probably 22% of the registered voters that may not be actual registered voters in the next year. I just want to distinguish that if we do a certain percentage, it's based upon the current registry list and not the list that's going to be challenged in a year or two.
Yeah, it has to be based on the checklist as it stands at the time.
Yeah.
But if we were thinking of a proportionate increase, if we said 3%, we're right in the ballpark anyway.
So the point, Andrew, just to make sure that we're clear, is that it would be 3% if we chose that number of whatever the current registry of voters is.
That's whatever the current amount is on the checklist.
Yeah, and if next year we've taken 400 people off the rolls,
And it's 3%.
it would be 3% of the new number.
Yeah.
Right, it's self-adjusting.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
John, you were trying to speak before I cut you off.
What I was saying is that this is the only place in the charter where there's a percentage at all, except in the next section, which is the recall section. And the recall section is a totally new concept that's not in the current charter. And my read of other charters around Vermont is that they don't use the 5% standard.
That's
They use
right.
a specific higher standard solely for the purpose of the recall, which is considerably higher, and 15% is and I'm jumping ahead, but
Yes.
15% is pretty middle of the road compared to all the ones that call for 25%.
Okay, so let's leave that one aside.
That's a separate one-off issue unique to that section.
I will say that I just did some quick searching, and it might surprise people to know that Newport's population in 1920 is almost identical to what it is now, plus or minus a few hundred folks. So therefore, the number of registered voters in 1917, 1920, probably not too far off.
Right.
Well,
but
women couldn't vote back then, I think, so that's the big issue.
plus the voting age was 21.
Yeah.
Plus, there was a poll tax, and if you didn't pay your poll tax, you couldn't vote. So the practical effect was that the actual registered voters, and only registered voters, could be included in the 25 people. So the practical effect was that 25 people was a much more significant percentage of the actual registered voters when you factor in all of those facts. Women couldn't vote, age 21 voting age, and poll tax.
Full taxpayers or landowners, probably, yeah.
Yeah, because if you didn't pay your poll tax, you couldn't vote, period. And the poll taxes weren't found unconstitutional until the 1960s. Because I can actually remember my parents paying their poll tax.
All right, so I'm going to move us along. Obviously I don't get a vote in this, so I'm just, or a say. I got a say, but I'm not a deciding factor. So I'd like to hear from Andrew, Kevin, and Carter, and John, each of you, where you land on this question of percentage. Kevin, can we go first? Can we have you go first, please?
I like the idea of 3%. I think it will fluctuate with the voter registry. And if we get more people, it's a higher amount. If we get less people, it's a lesser amount.
Thank you. Andrew?
I agree with the council president, because that really influences, it is able to move with the registered voters. So it's not a set amount, it fluctuates as well as, like Jim says, with the fluctuation of registered voters. So I completely agree with the 3%.
Thank you, Andrew. Carter?
I'm swayed by the 3%. I also would hear just maintaining state statute and going with 5%, but I also hear the arguments for trying to adhere to the traditional charter and just bringing that, again, modernizing the historic numbers. So,
John?
I think 3% is fine, because proportionately it would come reasonably close.
Okay, then I hear consensus. So let's go ahead and write it in now at 3%.
Yeah, so there are two places in 205.
Is there any reason that it should be spelled out? Or is it okay as a number value?
Should have both.
Yeah, ideally it should be both words and figures for percentages.
So where it stands now is about 115 people.
Yep. Okay, so
Are you
if,
putting it in both places? I'm
yes,
sorry.
she
Okay.
just did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so John, if you would read this full paragraph now as it reads.
Okay. If the mayor dies, resigns, is incapacitated, is recalled, or ceases to be a resident of the city, the president of the city council shall serve as acting mayor until either the next annual election or the date of a special city meeting called for either by vote of the city council or by petition signed by 3% of the registered voters of the city for the purpose of an election to fill the position. Incapacity shall be determined by a vote of the city council. If an alderman person dies, resigns, is incapacitated, is recalled, or ceases to be a resident of the city, the remaining members of the city council shall appoint a person to fill that position until either the next annual meeting or the date of a special city meeting called either by vote of the city council or by petition signed by 3% of the registered voters of the city for the purpose of an election to fill the position. Incapacity shall be determined by a vote of the city council Incapacity shall include the failure by any member of the city council to attend at least one half of the meetings of the city council in any calendar year. At the next annual or special city meeting, the vacancy shall be filled and the person so elected shall serve for the remainder of the term of office. If the city council is unable to agree upon an interim replacement, a special city meeting shall be held within 60 days of the vacancy to fill the position.
Okay, is there a comment? Hold on just a second.
Yes, this is a drafting thing. The numbers 3% should be in parentheses after the words 3%.
Okay, thank you. You had those for us, Gary.
Yeah.
Okay, having heard it read with all of the changes, I'm just going to ask each of you to chime in. Are you all comfortable moving ahead with this language in 205?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, I've got yeses from everybody, so I think we can move on, John. Thank you.
We can remove this.
Yes, we can remove all those comments now. Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm squinting, but does that say like 3.5% or?
It's the track changes,
I know.
No, it's just because the 5 has a line through it. That's what's going to be deleted.
Oh,
You're right, it's hard to see.
thank you.
Yep, thanks for asking. Okay, so, do you have other things in the 200 section, I assume? Oh, now we're on to the recall conversation, aren't we?
Okay, so yeah, moving forward, yeah, there weren't any comments specifically on recall other than the percentage. Yeah, I'm putting in, yeah, exactly the change that was just typed in so that the numbers are there as well. And then there had been some comments early on, I think before either of the first formal hearings, relating to the percentage. But the recall concept is totally new. It never existed before in Newport. And as I say, 15% is pretty middle of the road compared to the much higher thresholds in a lot of others. It's a serious enough proposition that, you know, it should require some pretty egregious behavior. And if it's egregious enough, I would think that 15% wouldn't be that hard.
Would be attainable.
Would be attainable, exactly. And that's my thought anyway. I don't know if anyone else has any others. Like I say, it's a new concept. This reg never existed before.
Only because there's a recent event further down south with Windsor's sheriff.
That's a county office.
A county office,
It
and
can't
so
be controlled this way.
okay. I was wondering because I was like, we were like, he can, because he's an elected officer, he can only be impeached.
He can only be impeached by the Vermont legislature.
That's it.
The
Okay,
state.
I didn't know. I was like, what is the rest of the sentence? Who did impeach
Like to
him?
get a piece of that action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, county offices are 4-year terms, and only the Vermont legislature can remove a county official,
Yeah.
and it's by impeachment, same as the governor's state offices.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew and Kevin, are you okay with this section 206 with the number 15% as the threshold for a recall?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Carter, you're okay too?
Yes.
I mean, that's like 600 people. And
We know,
don't
that's
often
what
get that
15%
many.
is. Yep, it's,
Even to vote.
well, we often get, I mean, we had 800 people vote in the election that you and I ran in 2 years
Yeah,
ago.
Sure.
So, you're right, it's a high threshold, and
And if it's a
I think what the
controversial
council's
issue-
saying is, in our estimation, it's a pretty serious thing to recall somebody, and it should be a very high threshold.
Yeah. But the 25%, it's another town.
25%.
Seems too high.
Out of reach, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like with the percentage, I like to think of 5% is 1 in 20 people in town care about this or would like to see this happen. But it should be like 3 in 20 people to recall somebody that was elected by the masses. You know what I mean? It kind of in my mind, I think it should be a high threshold.
Yeah.
Okay, John?
So 207, First line, inserting the word city in front of council. Second line, I deleted the two words council members and just put the word the. And then after the word compensation, I changed must to shall, just to make the terminology consistent with the way most of the document's written.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one other city place in the third line of part A. And then in part B, there's one place where the word city needs to be inserted. And my recollection is the other comment had to do with the base salary. And I thought that we should be increasing it. Reading the comment here. Yeah, the comment was reforming the compensation with a base and then a cost of living increase. And Dave's comment was he's never seen an escalator clause in the charter. And anyway, our old charter required that it be voted on as a separate article, and the new charter says the same thing.
Yeah, this was one that Charlie lifted up, and I appreciate why. You know, what he's basically saying is, you know, it's a very difficult thing to get a group of council members to say we should be paid more money. And it's also true that if it gets so far out of whack that it's just ridiculous, that it needs to be done occasionally too. It needs to be raised. I don't have a strong feeling about trying to do it in the charter.
I don't think that the figure in the charter says a minimum anyway, and what's going to be proposed later tonight in the warning is based on what it's been for the last umpteen years with no change.
Right. Andrew and Kevin, are you okay with the changes that John has suggested, which is to say no substantive change to the meaning of this section?
Yes, I approve.
Yes,
Okay, Carter, you okay?
yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I think we've got 207 then, John.
So 208, paragraph A, first line and second line each have a place where city needs to be inserted.
Yep.
And then third line, it currently says a council member may be appointed to represent, etc. I changed it to read city council members may be appointed because there are different boards and different people may be appointed to those boards.
Mm-hmm.
You know, NVDA, you know, other types of boards, whatever. So it's semantics.
Okay,
And then when Carrie's ready, I'll move on to B.
go ahead. I think she's caught up with you.
Okay. So in B, first line, the word city again in one place. And then on the third line, because of a change that's coming up later on, in front of the phrase in front of the words city manager, we'd insert city clerk, comma, city treasurer, or.
You see where he's doing that, Carrie?
It's
Oh, I'm comparing. B to
208B.
Yes, I'm comparing B to C, which isn't helping.
Yeah.
Now you've got an extra city there. That's the only problem. Yeah.
Yeah, and then a little further on in that line where it says manager subordinates, the word city needs to go in.
Just continuing, any of the city manager subordinates.
Right.
Yeah.
And then moving to the next sentence in front of the word council, inserting city,
Yep.
and then may discuss with, and then add city clerk, comma, city treasurer, or city manager.
Yes.
And then when ready, we can move on to C.
Yep, she's got it.
Okay, so.
Hold on just a second. Was that somebody trying to speak? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dave.
that's me. just two quick things, Carrie. Treasurer is misspelled in the first instance in that B. And also, in case you like keyboard shortcuts, Control C is copy and Control V is paste.
I'm trying to paste without retaining the formatting.
Yeah, she's doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, treasurer spelled wrong in one place.
Okay, keep going, John.
Okay, so 208C, second line, city. And then the third line, subject to the direction and supervision of the, we'd add city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager. And then solely through the city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager. And then after manager on that line, comma, as appropriate, comma. And then in the next line.
Slow down just a second, John.
Sorry.
So we've got the employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the city clerk, city treasurer, city manager, solely through the city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager, as appropriate, comma.
And then next line, either the city, yeah, Carrie's got it.
There it is. Okay, thank you, John.
Okay, so those were the ones I had in that section.
All right, John, I'm going to ask you to read the whole section again. Do we have other comments on this section, actually?
There's a comment further up, if you go back up to the beginning.
Yeah.
There was a question, and Dave.
Yes, pointed out that we have the new municipal code.
Right,
Code of
there's a
ethics.
municipal code of ethics that governs, Dave can tell me if I'm wrong, but if subsection A of 208 in terms of holding other positions is more restrictive than the code of ethics, our subsection A would control.
That's correct, right, Dave?
That's correct, and there's subsection A is a little more restrictive. There are incompatible municipal offices out there. For example, councilors can't be listers or auditors, things like that. But 208A is going to control over any prohibition in general law.
Okay, so I think that takes care of that one.
So shall we just read the whole thing, John? You want to read it, or do you want me to?
The whole of 208?
Yep.
Okay, so Part A, no city council member shall hold any other compensated city position or employment during the term for which they were elected to the city council, unless allowed by the laws of the state of Vermont. So that's a limited exception. City council members may be appointed to represent the city on other boards except as limited by the laws of the state of Vermont.
Yep.
B, neither the city council nor any of its members shall in any manner dictate the appointment, supervision, or removal of any city administrative officers or employees whom the city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager, or any of the city manager's subordinates are empowered to appoint. The city council may discuss with the city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager the appointment, evaluation, and removal of such officers and employees in executive session. And then C, except for the purpose of inquiries and investigations under section 201B5 of this charter, the city council and its individual members shall deal with the municipal officers and employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager solely through the city clerk, city treasurer, or city manager as appropriate, and neither the city council nor any of its members shall give orders to any such officer or employee, either publicly or privately.
Okay. Carter, Andrew, and Kevin, do you have any questions or concerns about this section as John just read it?
No, I like it.
Okay. Andrew?
I agree as well.
Okay. Carter, I'm looking at you.
Since we have Dave online.
Just speak up.
Oh, sorry. Since we have Dave online, I work at NVDA, and some members or some folks have criticized and tried to level some sort of conflict of interest with that. And since my role is fairly limited, but nonetheless involved with the city, would you see any issue with being a grant administrator and I contract through NVDA with this like the first term A? Especially if considering that I have reached out to the Board of Ethics, have gotten a green light from them, do you see any issue with 208A in my role and as sitting on the council?
No, I don't, because your role as MBDA is not a compensated city position,
Okay, great.
right? So that way, this prohibits you from being an employee of the city or holding a compensated city position unless otherwise allowed.
Okay.
So you are, I guess the argument would be that you're a municipal representative to NVDA, but I don't think you're compensated for that. So it doesn't fit into this section.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
No, it does.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to understand better, so thank you.
Okay, I think we're good on 208, John.
209. Okay, so 209, Part A, first line, it currently says, as soon as possible after the election of the mayor and council. In front of the word council, I inserted other members of the city. So it would read afterwards, the mayor and other members of the city council.
Okay.
Yeah. And then second line, the word city just needs to be put in front of council in that place. And then I added a sentence, because the question had come up about special meetings and emergency meetings, and one of the I can't remember which meeting, but anyway, based on that. So here's what I thought we might add. Special meetings and emergency meetings may be called either by the mayor or by two alderpersons as allowed and in accord with the requirements of this charter or state law. In other words, if...
Any two alderpersons could...
Right, and the reason for two rather than three is how are three going to get together legally?
Good point.
Because of the open meeting law.
Right.
Three people can't do it.
Right.
So that's the reason for two. And so, I mean,
I love it. I think that's
in
great.
theory, an issue could come up where two people think it's of sufficient importance that a meeting needs to be forced. So that's the logic behind it.
Do we also need the word city in the title here, city council meetings and procedure?
Yes.
Can we also capitalize charter in 209A to be consistent with 208C?
Sure, yeah, and that's a word where I don't think I caught all the places where it might be inconsistent. So one
Do you want me to do a search right now?
thought would be to do a search and replace on that and just capitalize charter everywhere. It's not a substantive change, so I would think it's...
That's fine.
If we went right back to the beginning and did a search and replace on the whole thing, we could fix that inconsistency.
No, we cannot do.
Yeah, you can use the replace, now put capital charter in the replace with, and then under more, do match case.
Okay, it's moved.
Oh, there it is.
There you go. And then you can just hit replace all.
Yeah.
Spoken like somebody who does this a lot.
22.
Whoa.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, we got it.
So, okay, so that's fine. So that was my thought for 209A. And then in 209B, I replaced, there were 4 places where I inserted the word city. And then on the second line, it said with advice from the city council members. I put in the other, but it might be easier just to say with advice from the alder persons.
Yes.
That would be an instance where that's appropriate.
Good.
And then in C, actually that same concept makes sense. After the word among, we just put the alder persons.
Got it.
Instead of among council members, say among the alder persons.
Okay, and I think we've dealt with the questions then in the comments section over there, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because the idea of the alder persons being able to call a meeting addresses the comment you made.
Yep.
And then Dave had commented on the emergency meeting concept, so. Yeah, so we've covered them.
Good. Okay, John, if you would read that section again for us, please.
Okay. So A, changing the caption, and then A, as soon as possible after the election of the mayor and, it says, and other members of the city council. The city council shall fix the time and place of its regular meetings, and such meetings shall be held at least once a month. That change happens to fix the Monday holiday problem. Special meetings and emergency meetings may be called either by the mayor or by 2 alder persons as allowed and in accord with the requirements of this charter and state law. I'm thinking primarily of the notice rules there. B, the city council shall determine its own rules and order of business. The mayor shall set the agenda for city council meetings with advice from the alderpersons, the city manager, the city clerk, and the city treasurer. C, the mayor shall vote only in the instances where the mayor's presence, that should actually say vote, not presence. So that's a change I'm making on the fly.
It should say what?
Vote, not presence. Is necessary to attain the quorum, or in those instances where it is necessary to break a tie vote among the alderpersons.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Andrew, Kevin, you okay with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Carter? Okay. Moving on, John.
210, first line, second word is council, insert city. And then there was a comment or question as to whether all of the various boards and commissions and whatnot should be itemized. They're all either mandated by state law or by city ordinance. For instance, our current zoning structure and the proposed zoning structure mandate a planning commission and a DRB. State law, even if we don't have zoning, mandates a planning commission. The Board of Civil Authority, Board of Tax Abatement are all constituted automatically by state law. The only reason in the next section I distinguished the Harbor Commission is that that's a fairly unique hybrid creature because it exists by special delegation of the Vermont Water Resources Board under Title 10. And there are 2 ordinances that govern specifically how the Harbor Commission is to be constituted. And the Harbor Commission also has quasi-judicial authority over some issues relating to moorings, and the council is the appellate body if people disagree with the Harbor Commission.
So
it's kind of a unique. I think we're literally the only municipality in Vermont that doesn't front on Lake Champlain that has that delegation from the state.
So I'm hearing you recommend to the other council members that we not make any substantive changes in 210.
Yeah, that we leave 210 as it is. And the other issue with specifically naming them is that if the state reconstitutes how you go about them, for instance, the DRB concept, it didn't exist until, I can't remember, 10, 15 years ago. It used to be a planning commission that had some permit jurisdiction, and then a zoning board of adjustment that had some overlapping permit jurisdiction. So they changed. So, you know, when all those rules changed, if they had been delineated in the charter, that would have required a charter amendment to bring us into compliance with basic state zoning law. So by not naming them and wording it this way, then we can automatically adjust.
Okay. Council members, are you okay with 210 as it stands? We won't read it. There's no substantive change, just the cosmetic changes.
Yes,
Deletion.
yeah, 210 and 211 look good.
Okay. Yeah, Andrew, you're okay with the Harbor Commission section as well?
Yes.
Okay, Carter?
Yes.
Okay, yep. All right, John, we're on to 212. Unless, was somebody else trying to speak? Just want to make sure I didn't miss somebody. Dave, were you trying to speak there?
No, I was agreeing with John.
Okay,
You know, this allows the city to handle instances too where new boards are created. Let's say after this municipal code of ethics enactment, they then require each municipality to have their own board of ethics review or something like that. Then this provision dictates how that would come into being.
okay. All right, John, we're moving on to 212.
So in 212, there are two specific places where the word city needs to be inserted in front of council. And that was it.
This is a question, is there any reason we should, I'm just looking at capitalization in all these subheadings and wondering should all of the, you know, non-prepositions, I guess those are, right? Anything other than prepositions be capitalized? Like boards, committees, and task forces? It just feels like we're a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah.
Obligation to serve as water and sewer commissioners is capitalized, other boards, committees, and task forces isn't. And I think I'd prefer it just to all read the same.
Yeah. It's a matter of style, but sure. Yeah.
Do you want
Is that okay, board, council members, if we capitalize all of those non-prepositions? Is there any instance where it shouldn't happen?
I
Do
don't
we
think
want
so.
to just go through those quickly? I'll just make them and you can,
Sure, hold your place, John, we'll be back to you.
Okay. Looking back at the same thing here.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Back to 209A.
Yeah.
For consistency, maybe put older persons in there and also.
Hold it, we'll be right back to you, that sounds hopeful. Let's fix this and then we'll go to that.
Yeah. It looks like the general style of the captions, which I didn't play with at all because of the hyperlinks. I converted this whole thing to WordPerfect because it was the only way I could deal with it, and that wiped out my ability to adjust any of the captions.
Got it.
And then I converted it back and gave Carrie two versions, a WordPerfect version and a Word version.
did not go with the word perfect version.
We're gonna drag you out of WordPerfect into this century sometime, John.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody else who's been using WordPerfect beyond year 2000, so.
I don't even think.
I've never heard
It's
of it.
really a legal thing. It's only still used actively by,
It's much easier to deal with formatting, believe me.
Okay. I'm looking at it.
I was a WordPerfect fan for years before I got sucked in.
I hated giving up one because
Me too.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of it in my life.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
oh gosh.
Oh, you made me feel so old.
I'm old enough that
I'm looking it up. Okay, you two. Enough.
before WordPerfect came along, there were half a dozen programs. I used to use WordStar.
Yeah?
Yes,
I was
oh
a
yes.
Newport.
We use slates.
College,
for that.
Nerd Star.
Yeah,
You used what? Yeah.
Slates, we wrote on pieces of.
yeah, well, the old East School in Newport wasn't much beyond that.
There's a Wikipedia article for later.
Okay, now I lost track of what it was.
209.
We'll go back to it in just a second. I just want to help let Carrie finish this section. I just say this meeting would be 4 times as long if it was me instead of Carrie doing all of these changes. Yeah. I'll go back and address that too. Someone, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, sorry. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
There we go. All right, now let's go back to 212. Then I want to jump back to 209 with Jennifer, and then Lori and I both noticed we missed some comments way back early in the 200s. So John, let's go back to where you were in 212 here.
Oh, okay, 212, there were just 2 places where we inserted the word city, and I think that Carrie has caught both of them, yes.
Yes.
and you had one comment.
Okay, in the comment, when a recommendation is made by a task force, a vote should be taken. Unless you all feel strongly, I don't see a reason to try and constrain the task forces. The task forces can't take action without it being approved by council. If council feels concerned that the task force may be divided, they can ask.
Or, you know, my view of the task forces, or at least the water sewer, is that we're operating by consensus.
By and
And
large.
If we hash it out until there's a consensus, and if there's an actual significant disagreement, we can take a vote in
Right.
terms of recommendation, but I wasn't going to require us to vote on every point.
Right.
And if there's a consensus. So that's,
I mean, I'll admit, the task force language is language I like, though it is admittedly a little bit imprecise. And the reason I like it is because, at least in common parlance, who knows what it'll mean 15, 30 years from now. Right now, often, typically what it means is something that has a shorter duration,
right.
right? Which I'm sure all of our task force members will be glad to hear.
Yeah, it's not
Okay.
lifetime.
All right, so 212, everybody okay with it as it stands? We haven't made substantive changes here.
Yes.
Okay, Andrew, got it? Carter? And Andrew, you were okay with that too?
Yes.
Okay. All right, John, let's go on to 213 and then we're going to jump back.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, I think I know what the 209 is.
Okay,
It's in
you wanna
the
jump
very-
back there first?
It's in the very first line, where it says mayor and other members of the city council.
Mhm.
Just change that whole phrase so it just reads mayor and alderpersons.
And put annual.
And put,
Annual. Otherwise you are, when are you setting it? After the annual election, I think.
say it as a complete sentence for us, Jennifer, please.
Oh,
Probably
I
just
see
change
it.
A.
I
It's
see it.
just to make sure you're
Oh,
setting.
after the annual election of the mayor and alderpersons.
Yeah.
Carrie got it. Yeah.
Except now it feels a little weird because the mayor isn't elected annually.
Well, maybe at some point you gotta throw in annually, because otherwise, when are you setting the time? It says after an election of the mayor.
Do you want to say of its regular meetings annually?
Sure, it works there, I think, better.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
haven't plugged it in, I
Yeah.
just made.
everybody okay with that?
Okay, I'm getting caught up to where we were. Okay, as soon as.
Just read it. As soon as possible after the election of the mayor and alderpersons, the city council shall fix the time and place of its regular meetings annually.
And such meetings shall be held at least once a month. Yeah. That's fine.
It's awkward, but I think it's
Do
okay.
you want to go back?
Yeah, can we go back to the comments that we didn't respond to here, please?
Oh, where were we?
Way back in the early ones, John, we missed a few. so-
201.
201, what was the question there?
Just that little section.
this had to do with, or tied into that other provision about the council bypass, or council members bypassing the chain of command to give orders. And the issue was the investigatory role. And,
In number 5.
yeah, and I think Dave pointed out that the council actually sits as an appellate body, and at least some of those instances that involve personnel based on the charter, and that therefore we shouldn't be sticking our nose in at the first level in terms of creating an appearance of bias or prejudice. So I think, if I understood Dave's comment last time correctly, he thought we should leave it as it is and not change it.
That's what I understood too.
Of course, he's free to jump in and tell me I'm wrong and I misinterpreted him.
Dave, that was your inclination, right? Was to leave number 5?
You guys are right on. Yeah.
Okay. Andrew or Kevin, do you have any concerns about leaving that language as it is?
No, I agree.
Okay, Carter?
I'm good.
Okay, so let's remove that comment. All right, then the next one was a question raised about authorizing the sale or lease of any real estate or personal property belonging to the city, which is to say, this is a power of the city council.
My recollection is that general state law provides for this power subject to, and this doesn't change that, subject to the potential 24 VSA 1061 petition restrictions, and those require essentially that the council publish prior notice of a proposed sale, lease, etc., and not just the fact that they're proposing to sell, but the specific terms of the deal. In other words, if you're going to sell Pratty Beach, are you selling it for $100 or $5 million?
Right.
The actual terms have to be spelled out. And then there's the ability for people to petition to force a vote. And
Yeah, there's only one nuance I will throw in there, and that's section 10, the notice required by section 1061 is for fee conveyance of city property, not short-term lease of city property. So it really is only for sales or on our recommendation when a lease is of such long-term so as to be akin to a fee conveyance of city property. Leases like the snack bar, which is for a 1-year term or a 2-year term, those don't require 1061 notice.
So are you suggesting a change to number 6, Dave, or no?
No, I'm not. I think, there are others who disagree, but I think that the power should be within the council to authorize the sale or lease of city property, and the sale would be subject to 1061 notice.
So,
it's just much easier that way.
So should the charter actually refer to that 1061 notice, or to the fact that there's a state statute that creates a requirement there?
I was thinking about advising you to insert subject to the requirements of 24 VSA 1061, authorize the sale of any municipal property. And you'd also have to separate lease, or maybe it would be authorize the sale, comma, subject to 24 VSA 1061, comma, or lease of any real estate or personal property belonging to the city.
The only reason,
that actually makes sense if there's a way to interpret the charter to say that it overrides 1061. That way we're saying that we're consistent with standard practice in just about every minute. And I would think even all the municipalities that have charters generally follow a variation on that practice. And certainly the 3/4 of municipalities that don't have charters in Vermont follow that practice.
Council members, do you approve adding those words there? Andrew and
Yeah,
Kevin?
Yeah, specifically to the point that John just made about adhering.
So John, can you give Carrie the exact language you want there, or Dave?
Dave had it, so.
Yeah, it's authorize the sale, comma, subject to 24 VSA. Sorry, let me do this right. 24 cap V period, cap S period, cap A period. Section symbol 1061.
Wait, you gotta help, do you know how to make the section symbol, Carrie? Because I didn't, I have to look it up every time.
You know the shortcut?
Alt 167.
Alt 167?
Yeah.
0167.
Alt 10167.
Or go to insert and then symbols should be on the far right.
Alt
Go to the
0.
insert tab.
Bless you.
And then symbols, and then symbol there, and section is a more symbol. Yep, there you go. And somewhere go to special characters at the top. There you go, section numbers in there somewhere. There it is, after trademark.
Yeah, I didn't even have it.
Nice job, Carrie.
This was such a pain in the butt to me when I first started doing it.
Yeah. Should there, it should be where?
Subject to,
Before the 1061.
Yeah.
there we go.
And no spaces between VSA, just dot.
Correct, just periods, and then put a comma after the last one.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Correct, that's perfect.
You got it.
Okay,
So we can remove this comment. since
Correct.
it's been addressed. I don't know why this keeps popping up. Okay. Those are your other comments on.
okay, so I think we're getting rid of the other comments there too. Okay,
I think that was your last.
I think that was the only other one we missed. Okay, everybody comfortable with those changes we just made? Can you go back there for just a second, Carrie, please? 20, what were we, 203?
Yeah.
201?
Right.
Yeah. Andrew and Kevin and Carter, you're all okay? John, you're okay with this? Me too. I'm glad
I'm
you've
okay
changed.
with that.
Okay, Andrew?
And the only lease we have though, the long-term lease is the school. The elementary school.
Yes, there's a short-term lease in effect for the upstairs of the Gateway Center at the moment. And I think that's
The elementary school lease is also short-term. I think it's 1 year with renewable annual terms.
okay. All right,
So that brings us back to 213.
yes, now we're back to 213.
Okay. So in the third line of 213, the word budgets or budget appears. It should have an S, budgets, because water and sewer have separate budgets. And then further on that line, after the word desirable, I thought we should insert the words to sufficiently fund the expense budgets. In other words, explaining why rate adjustments are required.
Yep.
And then there were some comments about meeting frequency, and I think that really depends on monitoring the budgets. I'm not sure that mandating very frequent meetings necessarily makes sense once things stabilize. I'm thinking, for instance, of the mandate that historic preservation commissions meet quarterly. And if there's no agenda item, the planning commission has actually created a calendar where it tracks and has pro forma historic preservation meetings that convene and then adjourn. And they create quarterly minutes to satisfy the mandate. If there aren't any agenda items, it just seems like a waste of paper, frankly.
Okay. So we would leave it, your suggestion is we leave it as is?
As is, and then obviously meetings can be called more frequently as required.
Okay. John, would you just read through that section for us, please?
Sure. The city council shall serve as the Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners. The Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners shall meet at least once per calendar year to review the prior year's audit, approve the coming year's budgets, plural, and to alter rates as necessary or desirable to sufficiently fund the expense budgets. Other than this mandatory annual meeting, the Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners shall be subject to the terms and provisions of 24 VSA Chapter 89, 95, 101, and such other general enactments as may be applicable thereto.
Okay.
And
David?
buried in those chapters are actually provisions that require that the water and sewer commissioners meet for some specific purposes should they arise.
Dave, you're comfortable with this, the way it's written now?
Yes, looks good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
in fact, I think the last sentence of this came primarily from some comments that Dave made very early on in the process.
Okay.
Could you speak to what those provisions are and then chapters, like why we need to convene, if you can?
I'm trying to remember
Yeah.
what, they have to deal with some, gosh, I'm just blanking.
Dave, do you know?
Why, there are, I think there are requirements about when there's a need to extend lines, you have to meet. You have to meet if there's bonded indebtedness. There may be things about emergencies. I cannot exactly recall without looking all of those chapters up.
I remember the line extension one now. One instance in which the city would acquire property would be line extension easements. And technically the statute requires that rather than the council accepting line extension easements, the water and sewer commissioners either recommend to the council that they be accepted as a prerequisite or actually have the authority to accept them. I can't remember which way it goes, but there's a role, that's an example of where there's a role for the council wearing its water and sewer commissioner hat, technically.
Okay.
And I know I just did some title work downstairs the other day and ran across all the easements for the replacement sewer line on Cyrus Avenue that was done some 25 years ago, and there's a whole slew of deeds recorded there. And so I presume that if the council did what it was supposed to do 25 years ago, that the water and sewer commissioners were involved in something there.
All right, I'm going to move us on unless there's more questions. We've still got a ways to go.
No, that's helpful.
Okay, Kevin and Andrew, you're okay moving on to subchapter 3?
Do you have
Yes.
a few comments here too?
Are the comments remaining?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, I think we've just discussed that actually.
That's fine.
So I think we can delete that comment.
It's addressed.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
That's all for this section. Next, you want to move on to?
Yeah, are we okay to move on to subchapter 3, John?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
So the first changes are at 301 inserting the word city, which Carrie beat me to, and then the city council, she's right there now. And then I added a sentence to that, which I'll read. And this is based on Dave's recommendation at one of the two hearings. I've forgotten which one now. The city manager need not be a resident of the city of Newport either before or after appointment. And that's based on both Dave's comment and your poll of all the other mayors and their unanimous recommendation in that regard.
Okay,
Which is also related to this.
yes, we had a long conversation about that, right? So council members, any questions about the way that's currently written? Actually, John, why don't you read 301 the way it's currently written for us?
Currently written?
I mean, with the change you just proposed.
With the changes. The city council shall appoint a city manager under and in accordance with the laws of the state of Vermont. The city manager need not be a resident of the city of Newport either before or after appointment. And then I was thinking about a comment that somebody made at one of the meetings and had another thought. I mean, this seems really far-fetched to me, but I think the gist of the comment was, what if a manager tries to operate entirely online remotely?
Right.
And so that could be addressed by adding another sentence that I'll read, which I sketched out as, regardless of physical residence, the city manager shall maintain a substantial physical presence within the city. And I, you know, I don't know. I mean, the logic behind that is the city manager obviously has to go to Montpelier to do business or go to St. Johnsbury to NVDA to do business.
Hold on. I mean, honestly, this seems to me to be an evaluative question. Council has to evaluate the performance of a city manager. If the city manager is phoning it in, clearly it's the council's responsibility to hold the manager
council can deal
accountable.
with it. And so anyway, I just wrote that additional sentence to throw it out there to address.
I'm open to it. If you all want to do it,
Again, the city personnel policy addresses it.
Yeah,
That's right.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in adding that sentence personally, but I thought I'd try to sketch something out for discussion purposes.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue.
I'm not going to
that
take
if they're
comments,
not-
please.
If they're not physically present, that's a dereliction of duty, and then you have cause, so, you know, you don't need to have that language in there.
Okay. Okay,
Can we consider this one?
so this is 301.
So I'll read it again as we had it before that additional discussion. The city council shall appoint a city manager under and in accordance with the laws of the state of Vermont. The city manager need not be a resident of the city of Newport, either before or after appointment.
Okay. Carter, you okay?
Yeah.
Andrew and Kevin, you okay with this?
Yes.
This is addressed, this thread specifically.
I think I heard, was that Kevin I heard and not Andrew? Andrew, did you chime in?
Yes,
Got it.
I am good enough.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
thank you. So yes, I think we can remove those comments now.
We have others.
Yeah.
I think these are like in reference to the section in its entirety.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to come back to this.
No, I think we let it go. Let's,
Mm,
the whole conversation in this section is going to be about the,
Yeah, no, Kevin's definitely right about the personnel policy.
Shall versus may.
yes, that was a comment that was made early on. John's recommendation, and it's one I concur with, is that we stick with the word shall. The city council shall appoint a city manager.
And Dave's recommendation.
And that was Dave's
shall,
recommendation, too.
And that's consistent with how all the other charters that have city managers, they all say shall, none of them say may.
And it's also consistent with our very first sentence in the document, as I recall, right? Which says,
Yes.
this is a council
form of
manager form of government.
government. Exactly. Which again tracks the state law dealing with city managers.
Okay, so I think we can move on to 302.
So in 302, there was a comment about re-lettering the sections because what was labeled as Section A is really an introductory paragraph. So what I did in there, and I don't think we need to read it ad nauseum, is just re-letter because as I read it, I thought that made perfect sense. And so otherwise in that introductory paragraph, The first 4 changes, which all appear in the first 3 lines, involve adding the word city in front of either or 3 places in front of manager, 1 place in front of council. And then,
Hold on just a second, John. Carrie's working on the formatting for a second.
okay,
These are all manual.
Yes.
yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, John, I think we're back.
Okay, so again, in that intro section, we had the 4 places to insert city. And then,
Next line in front of manager, Carrie. And then there's another one at the end of that sentence, beginning the next,
yeah,
the city manager.
and then after the first sentence in A, we had some back and forth. And I ended up, what I put in this suggestion is essentially the language that Dave suggested at one of the hearings, which is to start the second sentence with, except with respect to those powers reserved to the city council under subchapter 2 of this charter. And then it would go on to say, comma, the city manager shall have the following.
Good.
And then at the end of that sentence, change the period to a colon. And then that's where we roll into section
ABC.
A through whatever.
Mhm.
A through O or P.
Okay, let's just pause so we don't build it all up too far. Let's talk about the changes to what is now the introductory paragraph. And John, we'll ask you to read that for us, please.
So as changed, it would read, the city manager shall be the chief administrative officer of the city of Newport. The city manager shall be responsible to the city council for the administration of all city affairs placed in the city manager's charge by or under this charter, except with respect to those powers reserved to the city council under subchapter 2 of this charter, comma, the city manager shall have the following powers and duties, in addition to those powers and duties delegated to municipal managers under the laws of the state of Vermont, colon.
Got it. Andrew, Kevin, and Carter, how are you with that?
Good. I approve.
Right.
Okay, and Carter's nodding her head, yes. Okay, John, let's go on to A now.
So in the next section, and the,
Oh, thank you. Powers of city manager, nice catch, thank you.
yeah, sorry. Then the next change is essentially also the Dave suggestion to simplify. And we would just change that intro by deleting the phrase, with the exception of the positions of city clerk and city treasurer who shall be appointed by city council, to simply read, except as otherwise provided in this charter, because we have specific language relating to the appointment elsewhere.
You're amazing, Carrie, thank you.
And then the next 4 changes all involve inserting the word city in front of manager.
1, 2.
Oh, and then there's a place where city needs to go in front of council as well. That sentence that was just double highlighted. Yeah, the city manager shall consult with the city council.
This is done, shall win the city under the city.
Yeah, I missed a couple of those cities.
So with the council, we're exercising.
The city managers, yeah, there we go.
Under, lowercase.
Yeah, and then, oh yeah, the word supervision. Go back to the beginning of the line you're in right now, and you'll see supervision is capitalized. It should be a small letter.
Mhm. She's got that.
Okay, you got that. And
I think I got them all.
then there are two more cities in that one, but I
Yeah,
think
she
you
got
got
them.
them. Yeah, you got both of them.
Good. Are there any substantive changes in this paragraph?
No, it's just style.
Okay. Let's go on then to B.
You want to look at some of your comments that we've got?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
So this is done.
Yeah.
And so in the next, in what was C and is now B, city needs to be inserted in one place in the first line in front of manager.
Do you want to go through the comments and what's?
Yeah, let's look at these
okay?
comments first,
You've got
John.
Oh, okay.
this in here.
Okay, so that first list, let's see, Dave's comment, Carter's comment,
think we've
Rick's
dealt with
comment
those.
have all been addressed.
That's right.
And then the other question is a general one relating to the powers. And, you know, the real issue there, I think, is that whether and to what extent the powers in this charter really substantively go beyond what the standard state law provides. And I'm not sure that there's a real,
Yeah, I don't,
personally, I'm not sure there's a real substantive difference as a practical matter.
I mean, there's clarity in the sense that from the beginning, this charter makes clear that the mayor is the chief executive officer of the city of Newport, which is to say that the mayor always has the right to information provided by legal counsel.
Correct.
And so I don't feel a need to try and address this further. I think, you know, the question is, are we going to elect people who are paying attention and doing their work? And if they aren't, are we going to hold them accountable?
So this thread is,
Are we okay with that? Just leaving basically not changing the substance of this paragraph? Other than
Yeah, and then,
except the first sentence, except as otherwise provided in this charter.
yeah, and then the comment in the far lower right-hand corner that's on the screen has effectively been addressed.
In the later
Or the first part of it has been addressed by the change that's been made. The second part of it relating to time frame, that I think actually went with something else. Oh, the question was whether that applied to all employees generally, or part of it, I guess, and that sentence really relates only to department heads. When you go below the level of department heads or directors, that doesn't necessarily come to the council unless it's an appeal under whatever grievance policies if they come to the council.
That's right.
So if we go on to what used to be paragraph C and is now B,
So hold on, I think we can resolve those comments then.
oh, okay,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, now we're with you, John.
Okay, so in new B, new D, new E, new F, new G, new H. All we're doing is fixing the city issue in numerous places.
City manager in the same line there in D, yep.
Yeah.
And then again in the third line in that section, city council, and then city manager at the end of that line. There's one you missed right above there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, got it. Good. There's one more there in the new E. Sit right where the cursor is, actually.
Yes.
See it?
Second line.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't mean to get semantics, but E where it says, the city manager shall see that all laws, provisions of this charter, and the acts of city council, do we have to designate the city council, or is it just the council as a body? Or I'm just not.
I think we're just trying to use city every place we use council,
Okay,
Right,
just to be consistent.
okay.
yes,
I wasn't sure if there was a time when it was like,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, there's another one. Good catch.
Yeah.
Another one in the same line for city council.
Yeah.
City manager in H. And in the second line, now third line, right before manager.
First word of the third one, yeah,
Yeah.
here we go. Now, in new J, or the next paragraph anyway, the one that begins with the manager shall keep the council fully advised. There is one other change in addition to the cities.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let Carrie catch up with us here.
Yeah.
And then city manager again there, yeah. Okay, what's your other change there?
Whoops, yeah, just insert city in two places on the first line. City manager, city council. And then you'll see council at the end of the second line. And then at the very end of the word desirable, the suggestion was made to strike that and change it to advisable, which
Okay.
I think makes good sense, because what's desirable may not be advisable.
Right.
And what's advisable may not be desirable in the emotionally satisfying sense, but may be necessary. So I think advisable is a better word.
Noted.
Okay, so then in the next paragraph, old K, new J, city in one place.
There we go.
Thank you. I was just thinking the same thing.
We're really
And
pushing
then
it.
old L, new K, there are three cities.
Smoke.
And then council, last word in new L, yeah, or new J, whatever it is. Yeah, and the next one has two cities. First, yeah, and then council. And then in the next one, there's a couple of other changes. And this had to do with a couple of comments that were made. So it currently reads, except as otherwise provided in this charter. We put a comma after charter, and then insert the words city personnel policies. And then after collective bargaining unit contract, comma, the next insertion would be and within the parameters of the then effective city budget, comma.
And then city again in front of management.
Correct, yes. And
Okay.
then, let's see, yeah, and then the city manager may recommend specific candidates to the city council's consideration. Or recommend specific candidates for the city council's consideration, not to the city council's consideration. In other words, delete 2 and put in 4.
Yep.
And then put a period after treasurer on the next line and strike to 3-year terms. In other words, it would be open-ended and subject to personnel policy. And then in the next line, city in one place. And so by inserting the personnel policy and budget parameters in the compensation one, I think we've addressed concerns that were raised, and then deleting the 3-year term after clerk and treasurer, we addressed some other concerns that were raised.
Is this one addressed?
Well, it's addressed through the budget.
Through budgeting, right, so it is addressed.
And then this one is fine.
That one's addressed by taking out the
That's
3-year term.
Is there any others? No.
Oh, those are formatting comments.
Yeah.
Those are, okay. So yeah, so that was,
So, John, I know it's painstaking, but I think for the sake of clarity, we've done so much little tinkering. Could you just please read through the section starting with A?
okay. So I'll
The
skip,
new A, we're using the new set system now.
so I'll skip the intro then.
Yes.
So A would read, except as otherwise provided in this charter, the city manager shall appoint, and when the city manager deems it necessary for the good of the city, suspend or remove all city of Newport employees and other employees provided for by or under this charter under the city manager's supervision. The city manager shall consult with city council in executive session of a duly warned council meeting before exercising the city manager's sole authority to suspend or remove any staff member under the city manager's supervision at the level of department head or director. The city manager may authorize any employee who is subject to the city manager's direction and supervision to address these powers,
To exercise these powers.
powers with respect to subordinates in that employee's department, office, or agency. There shall be no discrimination in employment in accordance with applicable state and federal laws, including 21 VSA Section 495. Subject to the terms of any applicable collective bargaining unit contract, appointments, layoffs, suspensions, promotions, demotions, and removals shall be made primarily on the basis of training, experience, fitness, and performance of duties in such manner as to ensure that the responsible administrative officer may secure efficient service. B, the city manager shall direct and supervise the administration of all departments, offices, and agencies of the city of Newport, except as otherwise provided in this charter or by law. C, the city manager and the city council shall share the authority to contract with and direct the city attorney. The city council shall reserve the authority to approve contracts with the city attorney and to retain additional legal counsel as needed. The city manager shall have the authority to work with the attorneys to carry out the business of the city as needed. D, the city manager or a staff member designated by the city manager shall attend all city council meetings and shall have the right to take part in discussion and make recommendations but may not vote. The city council may meet in executive session without the city manager for discussion or evaluation of the city manager's performance, or if the city manager is the subject of an investigation pursuant to section 201B5 of this charter. E, the city manager shall See that all laws, provisions of this charter and acts of the city council, subject to enforcement by the city manager or officers subject to the city manager's direction and supervision, are faithfully executed. F, the city manager shall prepare and submit the annual budget and capital program to the city council. G, the city manager shall submit to the city council and make available to the public a complete report on the finances and administrative activities of the city of Newport as of the end of each fiscal year and at such other times as the city council may require. H, the city manager shall make such other reports as the city council may require concerning the operations of the city of Newport's departments, offices, and agencies subject to the city manager's direction and supervision. I, the city manager, shall keep the city council fully advised as to the financial conditions and future needs of the city of Newport, and make such recommendations to the city council concerning the affairs of the city of Newport as the city manager deems advisable. J, the city manager shall be responsible for the enforcement of all city of Newport ordinances and laws. K, when advisable or proper, the city manager may delegate to appropriate officers and employees of the city of Newport any duties conferred upon the city manager by this charter, the Vermont statutes, or the city council. L, the city manager shall perform such other duties as are specified in this charter, in state law, or as may be required by the city council. M, except as otherwise provided in this charter, city personnel policies or in any applicable collective bargaining unit contract, and within the parameters of the then effective city budget, the manager shall fix the compensation of city employees. N, the city manager may recommend specific candidates for the city council's consideration in their appointment of the city clerk and treasurer. O, the city manager shall serve as the delinquent tax collector.
Thank you.
Or as delinquent tax collector.
Okay, Andrew, Carter, Kevin, any questions about this? Any concerns? Andrew?
None, thank you.
Okay, and Kevin, you're okay?
I'm okay.
Great. All right, we're going to move on to 303.
So 303 in the caption needs the word city, and then the intro sentence needs city in two places. And then in paragraph A, first line, insert city as the new second word. And at the end of the second line, it says manager, it needs city there. And then the last word in that section is manager, it needs city again. And then in B, first line, within 5 days after a copy of the resolution, for consistency, the word preliminary needs to be inserted there. And then a few words after that, the city needs to go in there, and then a couple of words beyond that. And then a couple of words beyond that, council. And then drop down a line and manager, and then drop down another line at a special city council meeting.
Pretty sure we've added at least 2 pages just by inserting the word city.
I was thinking that. I was like, you thought we were great.
Yeah, actually,
Slimming us down.
the way my formatting worked out, it didn't even add a page.
Really?
Oh,
Point
and then
for
there's a
word,
couple other
whatever.
cities in there as well. Manager, yeah, there's the word manager in that last full line that needs a city. There you go. And then in C, first line, the city council. And then 3 lines from the end, from the date when a copy of the preliminary resolution was delivered to the city manager. And then a few words after that, city again. And then there are 2 places in that line where the word public needs to be deleted, because the hearing can be either public or executive session at the discretion of the manager. So public needs to come out in those 2 spots. And then in the last phrase, city manager again. At the end of 303. Yep, you got it.
This is resolved.
And that's been resolved, that's right.
And Yeah, there weren't any other comments on that one that I can see.
Okay. I don't see substantive changes here, so I'm not going to ask John to read it. Are there any questions or concerns in 303?
None.
Andrew or Kevin?
None.
I'm good.
Okay. Moving on to 304.
So 304, yeah, city on the first line, and then city on the second line in front of manager. And then in the next sentence, for periods up to one continuous month of absence for any reason, insert the words other than incapacity,
Yes.
and that addresses a comment. And then a word or so after that, city. And then continuing through that sentence, there's a place where city goes in front of manager. And then in the next sentence, if the city manager is absent for longer than 1 month, and then again insert the words or for any length of time due to incapacity, comma, city council approval. And then after that, there are 4 spots where city needs to be inserted.
Nice.
It's a combination of the mouse pad and.
Right,
so-
right. You're doing great, Carrie.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, if you're trying to carry the underline or strikeout formattings.
That city was an extra.
Search and replace doesn't seem to work.
You just did, if I paid attention, I know what you're doing. Okay.
Is that all the cities?
I think so.
City
Now let's
that
look
we-
at comments.
I think we addressed that
added
one.
them on.
Yeah, the first one and the second one. Would be, yeah, I think those are addressed, and then, you know, I would think that a city manager, just as a matter of due diligence in terms of disaster planning or risk management, there should be a chain of command plan in force anyway,
Yes.
governing how a lot of these positions are handled in the event of absence of any consequence.
Okay, so, council members, I don't see any substantive change here other than those 2 places where we added other than incapacity. So any concerns or questions about this, Carter?
I'm feeling good about this.
Okay, Kevin and Andrew?
I'm good.
Andrew, you there?
Yes, all set, thank you.
Okay, all right. So we're moving on to subchapter 4, city clerk and treasurer.
And in 401, the only change is the next to last line, inserting city in one place. Got it? In
Great.
402, to be consistent with how manager is described in the last line in front of the word supervision, insert direction, comma. Then we're using the same standard for both manager, clerk, and treasurer,
Okay,
or for all 3 of them, I mean.
Direction.
Yeah, in front of the word supervision, insert the word direction. And then I wrote a new paragraph C, which addressed the chain of command issues. You know, I'll just read that. It's the city clerk and city treasurer shall appoint, direct, supervise, and remove 1 or more assistant city clerks and assistant city treasurers who shall be compensated at a level of compensation to be determined by the city council with advice from the city manager.
council members, y'all okay with that addition?
Yes.
And
Yes.
the basic point of that exercise is the people that work in that office are supervised by the clerk
Right,
and treasurer, not the manager,
right.
from a separation of duties perspective.
So
And
that's
it's also exactly how it works now.
Full replacement.
So it's effectively a new section C, is that correct?
Correct. So, old C would be changed to D.
Well, What? Oh, you're
Yes.
keeping it. It's an
Right,
addition.
keeping it just, right, C is new, and then D remains the former C.
Yeah, so we need to insert the new C and then change C to D.
Yeah,
And then the only other change in that section is in the very last line, 2 places to plug in the word city in front of clerk and treasurer.
You've got some comments at the end.
And the first comment was addressed by what I just read.
yep,
And then the other comment is effectively covered because technically with an elected term of office, we would need to appoint someone to serve out the remainder of the term. And then the appointment would take effect at the expiration of that term. Yeah, because we can't abolish a term partway through.
which was the initial intent.
Yeah.
Yep,
And so the way it's worded is the way we have to, the way that I think we have to do it anyway. But stand to be corrected by Dave, but I think we have to do it this way.
okay. Dave, are you comfortable with this, the way we've done 401 now?
Yes.
Okay, then I think we can resolve that comment. Assistance, yeah,
This
we
is
got,
about the chain of command, right? It's addressed.
yes, it has been addressed. And then can we go back up? Did we miss a comment? I just want to be sure. No, I think we got them all.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're,
So that's 402.
yes, because we've done that.
We still have this.
Oh, yes, there was this question about, Dave, that I think you brought up about whether this is at will or for cause, I guess. Can you just say another word about that and make a recommendation?
Yeah, and I didn't address that at all, figuring that needed to be talked about.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we were cognizant of the issue, and whether we want to insert a standard or whether the clerk's employees are subject to the personnel policy. I just wanted to make sure that we had a conversation about that point and whether to put it in here or just have it default to personnel policy, or is it, the appointed clerk treasurer can only be removed for cause, whereas their employees are subject to the personnel policy. I just wanted to make sure that that was discussed and understood.
Which would be basically the standard we've established on the city manager side, right? That the city manager can only be dismissed for cause, but the personnel policy, everyone else is currently subject to the personnel policy, in which we maintained the consistency with the state's at will standard.
Standard, yeah.
So I hear the beginnings of a recommendation there that we might want to consider the same arrangement on this side, where the city clerk and city treasurer can be removed only for cause, and any employees in that office would be subject to the personnel policy.
I think that's fair, and I think it might be a good idea because it helps insulate the clerk from political whims of older people, and that's a primary concern of voters with the position of the city clerk, especially when you're going from elected to appointed. Treasurer, generally the same idea.
So can you help, let me just ask if Andrew and Carter and Kevin all agree with that, and if so, maybe Dave can help us to craft language right now for that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate Dave's help around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I heard it yet.
Covered by the
Sorry.
personnel policy states that it covers all non-union employees.
Right.
So currently, the assistants to the clerk are covered.
But
By the-
they're all in the personnel policy.
That's right. So that's what we're saying, Kevin, is that what this would do is it would set a standard of removal only for cause for the city clerk and treasurer, And the other employees would be subject to the personnel, would be governed by the personnel policy, basically.
Okay.
Okay?
So
So Dave, can you help us with that, or John?
I'm gonna defer to Dave on that.
Okay, let's, I can hear Dave's brain furiously going in the background there. Is it as simple as adding the words removal from office for cause?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Removal from office for cause with notice and hearing. I was trying to go back to 303 and see how it was worded there, but
Yeah,
And maybe, just to be clear, where it says said duties in the line above that, said duties of the city clerk and city treasurer. I suppose it's already said above. We're not really talking about the employees. Do you have a thought about that, Dave? I don't want to just add words for the sake of adding words.
yeah, 303 in the intro simply says for cause. So,
Yes. Okay.
so if we said evaluation of the performance of said duties and removal from office for cause with notice and hearing if requested, does that do it?
yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. Carter, you okay with that? Andrew, you okay with that?
Yes.
And Kevin?
He's shaking his head.
Yes.
I can't see that, sorry. Okay, then I think we're ready for John to move us on to subchapter 5.
Can I ask?
Go ahead, Jim.
In 402, John, did you add, it says under the city council's direction, supervision, and you're leaving supervision in there?
Yes.
The reason I asked that because usually state statute supervise what goes on down there. And I don't know what the council would supervise. I mean,
Yeah.
Other than you, I've never seen a council person spend any time in there to see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question, I guess.
I mean, I don't know how they could, I don't mind, but
I think
I don't know what they would supervise.
it's interesting, yes, so directive and administrative control. I mean, the point that we were trying to make here was that this person is not subject to the supervision, to the authority of the city manager, right? That's why we added it, but maybe the word supervision is,
That's just my opinion.
John, do you have an opinion about that? I see you furrowing your brow.
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of a lot of the substantive duties, we're certainly not going to supervise election procedures, land record management, vital record management, a lot of the other obscure functions down there that hardly anybody knows about unless they spend time there and need to know about them.
Maybe all we want is the words administrative control. Take out the words direction and supervision.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what
Because
they
really, the only point we're
supervise.
trying to make here is that this person is accountable to the council, not to the city manager, right?
Right.
It's a good point, Jim.
Yeah.
Carter or Andrew or Kevin, any of you have an opinion you want to share about this?
Yeah, actually, that.
I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, if we took those two words out, direction and supervision, and I'm trying to think of how we would deal with a lot of those substantive things that happen down there.
I mean, in the new letter D, we had it's clear that we, as city council, evaluate the clerk treasurer's performance. So we're not giving up the
Right.
ability to evaluate that person's performance here.
Well, I'm thinking of an example involving a town in another county where everybody in my business had major problems with the clerk's management of land records and vital records functions that were creating problems with banks and people with mortgages and all kinds of other things. And the clerk essentially refused to cooperate. And because it was an elected clerk, the select board couldn't do anything about it. And the only voters in the town who cared were the ones whose banks were having fits. And so things never happened until the clerk decided to retire. Whereas with an appointed clerk, that sort of thing can be fixed. Because
So-
the last thing you need is a lender blackballing a city from the point of view of residential
Right.
people trying to get mortgages to buy houses and whatnot. So,
So what do you suggest, John?
so the evaluation procedure covers that, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, because if the evaluation flags the deficiency and it's not corrected, then you have cause.
So do you propose that we remove the words direction and/or supervision, either of those two?
Supervision.
You're saying direction and supervision? You take out both? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I almost think taking them out makes sense.
So John's recommendation would be that the end of that sentence would read, but under the city council's administrative control. Carter?
I would agree with that.
Thank you, Andrew.
Does it matter that D says shall be supervised by, like, is that the same?
City council's authority. City clerk and city treasurer shall be supervised by the city council right there at the beginning.
Yeah.
So to be consistent, then what that would read is, shall be under the administrative control of the city council, which will set the terms of the job descriptions, taking into account all requirements and duties. City council authority here under includes evaluation of performance of said duties. So it would involve two changes for consistency. One in A, removing the words direction and supervision, and one in D to say under the administrative control of city council to be consistent. Go ahead, speak up.
I don't know. I appreciate having the lever of supervision just in case something were amiss. Like that's kind of what I think that this table represents. I get like the functionality of, we obviously all can't go down there and then watch whomever is the clerk and treasurer. I just appreciate, I don't like the direction. I think that's a little directive. But I appreciate having the verbiage of supervision because we can, with that, ask questions. And I get the evaluation. I appreciate D being there, but I think I like the word supervision.
Because it adds the ability to, if we're getting serious complaints like John's talking about, to actually raise questions about it.
Yeah,
Right, like that way if the president comes,
and actually this paragraph came out of the Essex Charter, and their words were supervision and administrative control. They omitted direction for the clerk treasurer.
Yeah.
So.
John, I'm looking to you. Do you have a recommendation then?
I guess I'd be inclined to say, just leave it as supervision and administrative control, and then leave supervision in D.
And just let it be.
And let it be, but not put in direction.
Dave Rue, do you have a thought about that? You're hearing what John's saying, just remove the word direction and make no other change from A and no other change in D.
I don't really have a thought either way, so I'm happy to go with whatever council chooses.
Okay. So now, Andrew and Kevin, it would read, end of that first sentence would read, but under the city council's supervision and administrative control, and there'd be no change in D.
other than the four
I
columns.
agree.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
all right.
And then I have one last thing on this
Yep.
topic of clerk and treasurer. In the St. Albans, it says that they may be, that there's a explicit in both this chapter for, or subsection, excuse me, for town clerk, or sorry, city clerk and city treasurer. It repeats it twice that they can be the same person. Is that necessary?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because I know we have one in.
I think we've said it somewhere,
It's
haven't
in
we?
there.
It
It is?
says-
It's in there.
If the city council so chooses, and
Okay, the
historically,
same person, thank you.
historically in the
Okay.
city, it's always been the same person from day one.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's there.
Even
Okay,
though
thank you.
it's two jobs under state statute, it's all, in Newport City, it always happens to have been the same
Mm-hmm.
physical person in both roles.
yeah.
And
Okay, so John, I'm gonna ask you to read A through D, please, and then we'll just make sure everybody's on the same page about this.
so A, the city clerk and the city treasurer shall be appointed by the city council with advice from the city manager with a term commencing on March 8, 2028. The city clerk and city treasurer shall serve as an officer and employee of the city, but under the city council's supervision and administrative control. B, the same person may be appointed to both city clerk and city treasurer positions if the city council so chooses. The positions of city clerk and city treasurer shall be compensated at a level of compensation to be determined by the city council with the advice from the city manager. New C, the city clerk and city treasurer shall appoint, direct, supervise, and remove one or more assistant city clerks and city treasurers who shall be compensated at a level of compensation to be determined by the city council with advice from the city manager. And just parenthetically, there is a state law that actually says that at least one assistant clerk and one assistant treasurer has to be appointed for backup. And then D would read, the city clerk and city treasurer shall be supervised by the city council, which will set the terms of the job descriptions taking into account all requirements of and duties imposed by the laws of the state of Vermont on municipal clerks and treasurers. The city council's authority hereunder includes evaluation of the performance of said duties and removal from office for cause with notice and a hearing, if requested, at an appropriately warned meeting of the city council. The requested hearing may be held in open session or an executive session at the election of the city clerk or city treasurer.
Thank you. Andrew, are you okay with this?
Yes,
Kevin? Are you nodding at me, Kevin?
Yes.
Carter?
Yeah, I feel good.
All right, and John, I assume you're okay?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you, everybody. Let's go on to subchapter 5, city meetings.
Okay, so going through the notes I made first, a couple of which are in the comments, or my notes are in the comments, I think, and then there's some other comments, but in A, third line, midway through it says meetings. It should say meeting because there's only one annual city meeting. And then the next sentence after the phrase shall be warned, I changed it to fix the occasional date problem that will arise so that it's consistent with state law. So it would read, shall be warned not less than 30 nor more than 40 days before the meeting.
Got it.
And
Any
then-
changes there, John?
And then in B, after the word Vermont at the end of the sentence, change the period to a comma and say, except as provided in this charter with respect to recall petitions and special elections.
That's a 3%, right?
Yeah, because those are the two areas where there's variation. Well, recall petitions are unique in the sense that I'm unique to the charter, and then special elections covers the 3% point, which is again a variation from general state law.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Is there any instance in which a special election can be called for by the voters for a purpose other than filling a vacant seat?
I'm frankly not sure.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dave. Can you tell us about that?
I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure that they can submit a petition to call a special meeting for public questions, but give me a second.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering, we haven't really addressed that anywhere, and I feel like there's a little bit of a discrepancy between this and the special elections work we did earlier on that 3% rule.
Well, but that would be covered by that. The other instance I can think of in which you would have a special election would be if an ordinance is promulgated. I think that I'm trying to remember if ordinance.
Yeah, you can petition ordinance. Voters can submit a petition objecting to an ordinance adoption and putting that to a vote under the provisions of 24 VSA 1973. What you do when you adopt an ordinance is you post a notice of ordinance adoption. You post it in the ordinance in 5 places, and you publish this notice and post it, and it gives, like the 1061 notice, gives voters the right to submit a petition objecting to the ordinance and to put the question on a ballot at an annual or special meeting of whether the ordinance should be adopted.
Okay, so we've covered that in 601 effectively, because we're basically saying in 601 that ordinances shall be adopted in accordance with state law pursuant to 24 VSA 1972 through 1976 as amended. Okay.
Is that your judgment, Dave, I just want to make sure we've allowed for this possibility. Do we need to refer to a VSA section here in specific, or?
No, I like having that specifically in there for the ordinances. So also you asked about special meetings. The 5% of the voters can submit a petition to the clerk to call a special meeting under 17 VSA 2643, and that's the special meeting needs to be held within 60 days. I assume that would be to discuss a public question, or if outside of a vacancy in office, that's within their rights. They can't force a special meeting unless it's already within the power of the voters to decide.
So what's an example of a special question or a public question?
A public question. A special service appropriation is a public question. A public question is shall the distribution of the annual report versus sending out a postcard to say it's available is a public question. Switching from elected to appointed positions can be a public question where that's authorized. Eliminating the listers is a public question in exchange for an assessor, a professional assessor. Those are just some examples.
Okay, so they're all issues that, at least a couple of those examples are ones that were brought up and dealt with years ago in Newport, initiated by the council, for instance, abolition of listers.
Yes,
right.
But here's my question. I don't want to inadvertently create two standards in this charter where you require 5% of the voters for one kind of special election and 3% for another. So what I want to make sure is that if there's a place we have to say it, maybe here, we're saying the 3% standard holds regardless of the kind of special meeting that is being called.
Yes, if you want 3% to be sufficient to call a special meeting and put it in here.
Council members, what's your pleasure?
So we should state it, even though it says, except as provided in this charter, with respect to recall petitions.
Yes, because special elections are broader than the questions we were dealing with earlier in the charter
Okay.
around a filling of an appointment.
Yeah,
Okay.
special elections were to fill an appointment. Special meetings, yeah.
I just want to make sure we're being consistent, and I think I've heard us say
If you
that.
want to do 3%, then I would put it in here.
I'm good with 3%.
All right, Andrew and Kevin, if you're okay with that, we'll ask Dave to help us do that.
I agree.
As long as it's not state law. It's-
Yeah, we can have a more open standard than the state, or, a lower threshold than the state does.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Dave, do you have a recommendation about a simple way to accomplish that here? Do you want to puzzle over it while we go on and we'll come back to it?
I would say, special city meetings shall be called either by petition of 3% of the registered voters of the city, or, and then leave it in the manner provided by the laws of the state of Vermont.
Okay, but one more question, that's helpful. Earlier, we also allowed for council to call for that special meeting, right?
And that's state law.
Okay. Okay. All right, everybody okay with that? That one's been niggling at me for a week and a half now, so.
But who decides the or? Who decides 3% or the 5%?
Either one can,
Either one can have.
it's not a 5%.
Oh, the state law,
The
okay.
state law.
We supersede the state law.
Yeah, so if there's a petition of 3% on a public question, then there's a special meeting.
So you've got some comments.
Okay, any other comments there?
This one is obviously done, the singular.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the 30 and 40 we took care of. And then we,
I think what I heard from Dave regarding the city budget language is that it's not,
Okay.
unless a council member wants to take it up, it's not a matter that
Yeah,
creates.
just use budget is my recommendation. That's how it's phrased throughout the state statute.
Okay,
and then we've effectively covered that last comment with the change we just made.
yes. Okay, so, John, please read through that for us one more time, okay?
Okay,
You might want to capitalize charter too and B
yeah,
Oh, we missed
at
one.
the end of D.
It's new.
it's new
Oh, it's
language.
because it's new.
Okay, so do you want me to just read B?
Yes, please.
So B, special city meetings shall be called either by petition of 3% of the registered voters of the city, or in the manner provided by the laws of the state of Vermont, comma, except as provided in this charter with respect to recall petitions and special elections. And special elections covers 3%,
Yes.
and a special election, yeah, I guess I'd leave it to make it clear. So,
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay, everybody okay with moving on?
sure.
Andrew?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yep.
Okay. Subchapter 6, no changes, right, John?
Yeah.
Okay. Subchapter 7?
Subchapter 7, third line, I suggest that instead of the manager appointing the assessor, the council appoints. So just changing the one word, manager to council.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that change?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that can be a pretty significant contract, so
Yep.
we should control that.
Okay, anything else?
That's it in 701.
All right, let's go on to 702.
Second line, city in one place.
Yeah, we got that.
Fourth line, city in one place. And then my suggestion, which is the first comment up there, was adding a sentence which would read, "The city council in its discretion may purchase crime insurance either in addition to or in lieu of bonds if protection of the financial position of the city is thereby enhanced." And I remember hearing or reading something somewhere where it's possible to structure crime insurance in such a way that literally every employee of the city's defalcations are covered, not just people that are required to be bonded. So in some respects it is definitely advantageous.
Okay,
But by wording it this way, it can be researched, and whichever provides the city greater protection can be pursued.
okay, any questions about that or concerns?
No, thank you for knowing that.
I just wonder whether we need the last clause of that addition, but I'm sure John added it advisedly, so. The if part, if protection of the financial position of the city is thereby enhanced, could we just say that the city council in its discretion may purchase crime insurance either in addition to or in lieu of bonds, and leave it at that?
John?
Yeah, I suppose we could do that. I know some of the statutes are actually being amended to say crime insurance instead of bonds. So that suggests to me that somebody somewhere has researched the issue at this legislative level.
But that doesn't change Dave's point, which is that we
Right.
could end the sentence after the word bonds.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Kevin? Still, you're still,
He's nodding his head.
okay, thank you.
Yes. The computer's small.
Yeah, got it. Okay, let's move on to subchapter 8, budget process.
And in 801, I've made a change based on Chip Stern's recommendation. So in the first line after July, adding the words "in the calendar year." And then in the second line, when we're ready,
Yes, right there, Kieran. After July, yeah. In the calendar year. And on the last day of June,
and after the word "of," delete the word "each" and insert the words "the next."
the next calendar year, yes, okay. Yep. Okay, moving on.
So 802 intro paragraph, there are 1, 2, 3 places where city needs to be inserted. Oh, there was a comment up there that, that's a general comment to this subchapter, I guess, relating to borrowing. That we should hit at some point.
Yes, so let's leave it for a moment, we'll come back to it.
Yeah. So 802 intro, I mentioned the 3 places with the city. And then in paragraph B, we had concern about using the word appropriations in a few places because appropriations can imply those special
Yes.
appropriations that are voted on individually, like for NKHS and NECA and Journey to Recovery and all those folks. So I had thrown out at one of the meetings some language that I'm not wedded to by any means, but just to provide an idea. So in the first line, delete the word appropriations and just insert the words "the nature and sums." could say the purpose and sums. And then in the second place, appropriations appears the same concept. And then in the third place where appropriations appears, take out the words appropriations and change it to amounts and purposes of. I mean, the basic point of this paragraph is that when the annual report is printed, it's going to show the proposed expense budget for the next year,
Yes.
the budget for the current fiscal year, and then the budget and actual for the previous fiscal year. You know, essentially the 4 columns that it shows.
Sounds good.
This is trying to describe that.
I'm sorry, is the word that you're using nature and sums?
Or, yeah, change nature to purpose.
I'm sorry,
Change nature to purpose.
an itemized statement of the purpose
Well,
and sums?
I mean,
Isn't it-
the sums is the dollar amount, the purpose is it to pay a salary, and
The description of the.
yeah, it's a description, maybe description.
So
is
can I
about-
ask a question? Why isn't it just gonna say an itemized statement of recommended current expenses and estimated, why do we need any of that descriptor in there at all? What am I missing?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we do need it, I'm just going off the initial draft that was presented, but I think you're,
So what we're saying is that the city manager shall submit to city council a budget for review. The budget shall contain an itemized statement of the recommended current expenses.
What about income?
an itemized statement of,
Income and expenses.
All we're trying to say here is the budget.
Yeah, that's the income that you're gonna get and the expenses you've got.
so another way to say it would be an itemized income and expense budget for the next fiscal year.
There we go. That feels like plain speak to me.
That's a much easier way to do
An
it.
itemized statement of the income and expense budget.
The income and expense budget, comma, including capital improvements, comma,
Yeah, that feels like it's much clearer.
recommended for the next fiscal year.
With comparative statements of,
Income and expenditures.
for the current fiscal year, of estimated income and yes, with comparative statements of estimated income and expenses for the current fiscal year. And let's use the word expenses again instead of expenditures.
Take out the first word current in the first line. Because the first line is referring to the next year's projected
Yes.
expenses and, is that correct?
If you mean this one, it's out.
So we took current out, yeah. An itemized statement of the income and expense budget and for capital improvements during the,
Yeah.
it should say an itemized statement of the recommended income and expense budget and for capital
Yes, it
improvements during the next fiscal year. With comparative statements of income and expense budgeted for the current fiscal year and actual income and expense for the immediate preceding fiscal
There we
year.
go, much clearer.
And
John, you were using the word expense without an S on the end of it. Is that,
Yeah.
is that what you prefer? Yes, that's fine. Income and expense. And so Carrie, we take out the expenses at the beginning of that same line. Expenses is plural, it should be singular.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
So let's see, an itemized statement of the recommended income and expense budget and for capital improvements during the next fiscal year with comparative statements of estimated income and expense budgeted for the current fiscal year. And actual income and expense.
Yep,
For the immediate preceding fiscal year.
I think that's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay,
I was so focused on trying to get rid of the word appropriations.
right. Okay, I think that's much clearer.
And then the only other change I had in 802 was, yeah, city in front of council there.
Okay, let's just pause there for a moment and make sure, council members, is everybody okay with the way we just reformed that and John just read it?
Yes,
Yes.
for B, yes.
Okay. Kevin, I'm going to assume there's a head nod going on there.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then,
I have one small question?
Please.
In the second to last line of B, do you want income and expenses plural, or did you guys already discuss that?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. I don't know that it matters, so we made it consistent and said just expense.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, let's go on to 803.
okay, so in 803, other than 3 places where city appears, the substantive change is dealing with the concern over the word published. What does that mean? So I rewrote that to be very specific and just to try to come up with a definition essentially. So I'll just read it. It would read, the budget shall be made available to the public in printed form in the city clerk's office and in electronic form, paren, PDF, or its equivalent, close paren, on the city's website, or such future equivalent as may exist from time to time, not later than 2 weeks after its preliminary adoption by the city council.
Good.
And the logic behind saying future equivalent is that, who knows,
We don't have to.
websites may not exist 20 years from now, there may be some, I don't know.
Chip imprinted in all our brains.
Yeah, or whatever it turns out to be in terms of technology.
Someday the way we do it will look as antiquated as the word perfect do to carry the code.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right, then I think we can move on, John.
Excuse me?
We can move on to 804.
Okay.
Do you wanna, this is.
Oh, yes, so we can resolve this.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we took care of that first one.
And then the others.
Okay, and then 804 is where the next comment comes in. So I reworded A slightly. And so the new wording would be, the city council shall hold at least one public, excuse me, informational meeting, not less than 30 or more than 40 days prior to the annual meeting to present and explain, etc. And then hearing at the end, and shall give public notice of such hearing needs to be changed to informational meeting. And that was the 30 to 40 tied into the earlier 30 to 40 comment. And the hearing informational meeting, I think, is something that Dave mentioned.
Dave, are you okay with where we are now on 804?
So, state statute says that the public informational hearing for Australian ballot votes just needs to be held, I think it's sometime within the month preceding the meeting, and it needs 10 days notice. So I didn't know if what you're referring to in 804A is meant to be the same thing as the public informational hearing on Australian ballot items, or a different special budget meeting, for lack of a better way of putting it.
So let's back up then on that point. The informational meeting time frame then is that it's less than 30 days prior to the annual meeting, essentially?
hold on one sec, let me double check, because I have it right in front of me.
Because we're dealing with
260G.
multiple times.
H. Yes, the standard in the statute is held within 30 days preceding the meeting.
Okay, so what we should say then is,
Just 30, at least, shall hold at least one public informational meeting, within 30 days of the meeting, or 30
Within
days.
30 days prior to the annual meeting.
Yeah,
prior to, okay.
or just say 30 days, within 30 days prior to the annual meeting.
There it is.
Okay, so, okay. So, yeah, so that
Or
fixes,
within the 30 days, sorry. It's within the 30 days prior, sorry.
so that fixes the problem with the prior one and corrects that additional error that my assumption was inserted.
So I have a question about B, which is, do we need a maximum? What we're really saying is, I mean, if the city manager wanted to turn in a budget 3 weeks earlier, there's no reason that person couldn't do that, right?
Yeah, I was thinking of that other 30 to 40 day time frame, but it seems to me that what's the warning time frame? It's at least 30 days, correct?
Yeah, it's 30 to 40 days is the warning window. I think the mayor's correct that we can delete the or more than 40 from B, unless you guys want to have the budget, something like before, 2 weeks before the public informational hearing or something like that, and you want to say the city manager shall not less than 45 days prior to the annual meeting present something to the council, and that would be a special requirement, but.
Right.
But then we were referencing the warning as well. Maybe we're better off to take the warning piece out entirely and leave that to state law?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I don't try to think the budget just has to be approved during the usual by the time the warning is approved. So, there's no specific timeline in the law that I'm aware of for that.
So then if we change the caption in 804 just to say public informational meeting. And then change B to read, the city manager shall, not less than 45 days prior to the annual meeting, make available the city council's recommended budget?
I'll just say,
Or is that?
I'm not sure why we would create a more restrictive situation for council or the city manager. Who knows what's going to happen? I would just make this, I think this change is simple. Take out or more than 40 days. The city manager shall, not less than 30 days prior to the annual meeting, make available to the city council's recommended budget and the final warning of the pending annual meeting. I think that's totally clear. And it leaves the maximum amount of flexibility for the council and manager to work together.
Yes.
I would change pending to upcoming.
Okay? Is that okay, John?
So read, the city manager shall, not less than 30 days prior to the annual meeting, make available the city council's recommended budget and the final warning of the upcoming annual meeting.
Correct.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Okay, council members, everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a suggestion?
I'm trying to think about what you guys, I'm struggling with this only because the 30 days is like the last deadline, and you might want to have all this. Well, it's making available to the public, right? So Yeah, I'm good with it. Okay, I've resolved it in my head. Sorry for talking out loud about it, thinking out loud about it.
Lori, you just have a quick question?
Yeah, I think I knew where David was going, and that is, if the city manager doesn't have to hand it to you until 30 days, does that preclude any discussion?
No.
No?
Let's be clear. It says the city manager has to make available the city council's recommended budget.
Okay.
We've already had a chance
You
to
already
do it.
approved it, okay, yes.
Yeah, that's how I just resolved it. I was like, wait a second, how come the city manager just dropped this on the council on the 30th day before the annual meeting? But that's not
That's not.
That's
the
not what
way
it
it's
says.
worded.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we can get rid of the comments here. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
Yep, we got that one.
Mine's resolved, yeah.
Yep, and we got that one. Okay. And,
Was
Let's-
someone saying to change this at all?
sorry. No, I think we're gonna leave it to say budget meeting and warning,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah, that's the final.
Okay, John, 805?
805, third line, insert city in one place, in A. And then in C, first line, one insertion of city. Third line, two insertions of city. And fourth line, where the word council appears, it should be changed to city.
And then you've got a bunch of comments.
And then in D, second line, the word council should be switched to city. And then from there, we look at the comments.
Which actually you left a comment up here.
Oh, yes, the question that Ann had raised about borrowing.
Are we there yet or just keep going?
No, I think this is an appropriate place to talk about that. And I think, Dave, you've stated it before, but can you just state again what the standard is under state statute around borrowing limits?
I think it's 10 times the grand list is the total borrowing limit.
Noting that you can never borrow longer than a year in any amount without voter approval, right? That's what we still are working with here.
Correct.
That's correct. Any indebtedness with a term longer than 1 year will need to go before the city's voters, except for lease purchase agreements that have a non-appropriation clause that are used sometimes for equipment. Like the city has a lease purchase arrangement, or it did anyway for some firefighting equipment in the recent past.
Yes. Okay, then as far as I'm concerned, that I'm satisfied with that.
Yes.
And down here.
Andrew and Kevin, any further comments about the question that Ann raised about debt limit?
No, I am good, thank you.
And then
Yeah,
Okay,
regarding warrants, there's a whole chapter of state law dealing with warrants that essentially requires what's done routinely here. And then Dave addressed the issue of situations in which you would go over budget items.
right.
Yeah,
So I think the first one's dealt with.
I'm fine with that.
The next one is, I think, the big question that I had coming away from our last meeting about this section, and that is whether we should just replace the word appropriation with the word expenditures. For the same reason that we did earlier.
Right, yes, yeah, that was,
Good word.
So 805's title would become expenditures and transfers.
yeah.
And then wherever it says appropriation, we should read it and be sure that we haven't done it incorrectly, but if after the total budget has been, no, that doesn't work there, appropriated.
Well, and I had a question about that, given what state law provides, which is whether that first sentence, and this is a Dave question that I had, whether paragraph A should be literally just the first sentence and everything after, in accordance with section 501 of this charter, be deleted.
You know, that's, I think you're right, unless the city, except for that last part about, budget amounts not more than 5%. Unless you want to keep that 5% limit in there, I think you're right, you can delete, in theory, everything after the first sentence.
Yeah, because emergencies are, I mean, just thinking of the kinds of emergencies that have actually happened in a number of towns in the kingdom in the last year with flooding, where, you know, massive sections of roads and bridges have disappeared and whatnot. You know, that is an example of an emergency where spending clearly had to go over, at least until FEMA comes through.
So
Yeah, you're allowed to borrow up to 5% of the amount of the budget for emergency expenditures.
By state law, correct?
By state law, yeah, that's a new provision that has made actually borrowing a lot easier for other reasons too, but yes.
But you may have a deficit for just normal problems, not an emergency.
Yes,
Just
so
because
Ann,
somebody
let me speak to this, please. Okay. So I would make the case that given the high level of inattention that's been paid by city leadership over the last decade and the resulting high level of mistrust, this is the wrong time to take this particular stated protection out of the charter. That I would rather see us leave it and simply clarify the language about appropriations and replace it with either expenditures or expended wherever appropriate, and not try after 3.5 hours tonight to make a decision that feels like it's removing something important about transparency, because there's no reason in the world we can't work with this statement the way it is. It's appropriate, if we choose to make an emergency expenditure, to take it to the next city council meeting and discuss it in public.
Certainly I'm good with replacing the words appropriations or appropriated with expenditures and expended. That's fine, and you know, this is a council discretionary decision whether you want to remove that or not. It's not a legal one from my perspective.
John, you want to push back on that?
So, no, I'm trying to rewrite it to cover that concept.
But that's not a council meeting, that's a city meeting. It means you're gonna have a meeting of the people.
Well, the next city meeting would be the annual meeting. And we talked about this the other night, about actually saying we don't want to wait till the next city meeting, that it would be appropriate to make it public at the next city council meeting.
But
That's what we're working on, so just give us a moment, that's what I'm saying.
But it's a meeting of the voters, and you did it with the Australian ballot when you got those loans. That's what you did, you had a deficit.
I hear you. What I'm saying is, these are decisions that are being made and then reported back. This is a different instance. This is not, we're borrowing more money to try and cover a cumulative deficit, which was a very specific set of questions.
But it is a deficit that you have to handle.
It is a deficit that you have to handle in some way, and then you have to make it public and be clear about it. And we already know that you can't borrow for more than a year without voter approval. That's already established. So
Yeah, but
I don't understand the point.
one of the remedies the state gives you is the horrible remedy of if you've got a deficit, you can start taking 5%, charging 5% of the budget to the citizens. Let's say the deficit was only 1%.
Okay, I'm not going to do a long explanation. I got your point. I'm not going to go there
Lots
tonight.
of choices.
Okay? So what I'm telling you is, I think this is written appropriately, although I do think that saying shall be made and reported.
Okay, so on the third line, just total budget has been appropriated, change it to expended.
Yes,
The city council finds additional expenditures necessary. The expenditures, well, the council actually has to vote to find the expenditures necessary. The expenditures shall, and I think that's the point of the sentence. If the city council finds the expenditures are necessary, they're gonna come up at a meeting, and then,
And it's a next city council meeting.
they'd be, and then it would go on to say, the expenditures shall be made and reported at the next city council meeting. And then the expenditure shall be made only in special circumstances or situations of an emergency nature.
You're merging two thoughts, the deficit problem and what you do if there's an emergency. I mean, all bets are off if there's an emergency. You can do anything, basically, up to 5%. But if there's just a plain old deficit,
then you still have to
They
make
don't
decisions.
want to have to go to the voters for approval of the budget, so they don't have to.
That's right.
What this language says.
that you do have to go to the voters.
Only under the current charter, but they're changing that.
That's what this is doing.
Yeah, in other words, we're changing it to be, I mean, tell us what general state law says.
We understand that you may not like that, but that's what this is doing. It's removing the requirement in the current charter that they have to go to the voters before fixing a deficit.
But state law says the same thing.
What does state law say to you?
She's got it right there. It's 1523. It says you have three choices if you have a deficit.
Yes.
It is to impose a special tax, to borrow, or I can't remember the third one off the top of my head, but give me a minute.
Well, the more typical deficit situation is going to be where when you get into projecting out how much, where you stand in May or June, and you run into a last minute issue, or.
You do a tax anticipation note.
Yeah, a lot of communities now are running into the situation where their road budgets are going into what is going to look like deficit spending in those line items because the road salt situation, the prices are way, way, way above what people budgeted a year and a half ago.
But I'm going to repeat again.
So,
In all instances, if the city makes a decision to borrow for more than a year, the city has to go to the voters for approval, right?
yes. So here's if there is a deficit, the city under state law has three choices. It can go to the voters to create a special tax to make up that deficit. You can refund it with borrowing. Or three, you add a tax of 5% or such multiples of 5% to the next tax bill to be levied to make up the deficit. So, what this does is it essentially takes away the voter approval.
Right.
But they're never going to seek voter approval anyway. You're just going to go do indebtedness. It's not, you're not going to impose special taxes to solve a deficit. It's not practical. And no one wants a special 5% tax on the next bill to make it up either. They just rather do indebtedness. That's the way it's going to go.
But they've got a right to decide under the state statute.
The choices are given to the council.
Right. Like the legislative body decides whether to put it to the voters, whether to incur debt, or whether to put a future tax on it, that 5%, or such multiples of 5 to cure it.
And the purpose in which, the moment in which this can be used is in an emergency situation
No.
or in an, please let me finish my sentence. Thank you. there are two situations, as I read this, in which it could be used: for emergency situations or for effectively unanticipated deficit. Those are the two situations in which it would apply, right?
I think the emergency section is a totally different section. This is just for plain old deficits.
No, it lists the emergency situation right here in the sentence.
You're talking about.
I'm talking about what the language we have here.
I'm talking about the state statute.
Yes.
It has one for indebtedness and deficits, and it has a separate section, somewhere totally different for emergencies. Different rules apply.
So here's a kind of a different approach to it. Are we better off just to delete 805 entirely and rely on state law?
Which is to say, go back to the first recommendation, which is to use the first sentence and stop, effectively. Which is what, you know, I mean, we're not, I mean, state law also says voters have to vote on a budget, I suppose,
Yes,
right?
yeah, the budget has to be voted on.
Do you say the Australian ballot vote on the budget elsewhere in this charter? I think you do. Then 804. Hold on.
Yeah, we do somewhere. We went by it a while ago, I think. Budget process. Yeah, 804, I think, covers that.
Yeah, I mean, so I think you might be able to delete this entire section.
It doesn't say Australian.
Well, it's in here somewhere.
It's in, I just saw it. Hold on.
It's way back.
Oh, no.
Do you want to search
Yeah.
Can Carrie do a search and find?
She's on it, but it's just taking its time.
The computer's blowing a gasket over here.
It says it can't find.
I don't think we-
Capitalize to make it work? That wouldn't make sense.
No, it should just show up.
I don't think so now.
Oh, there it is.
In 573.
The election of, hold on, right there. The election of officers and the voting on all questions at annual and special meetings shall be by Australian ballot
So
system.
501.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was in
Nice
there.
catch, Carrie.
What is that?
I would, so that doesn't necessarily include the budget.
Really?
So I would add budget into that section if we're gonna delete 805A entirely.
I would,
I was thinking about deleting 805 entirely.
mhm.
And then renumbering 806 as 805.
Yeah, I mean, that's the remaining portions of 805 are just generally how you're supposed to manage money.
Yeah. So let's go back to 501. If we change 501C to say the election of officers, comma, the voting on budgets and the voting on all other questions at annual and special meetings shall be by Australian ballot, that makes that perfectly clear.
Mhm.
Is that budget's plural?
Yes, because we
Yes.
have more than one.
Yeah, because we vote on school budgets as well.
Oh, yes, okay. And then,
So in 501C, the election of officers, comma, voting on budgets
Mm-hmm.
and the voting on all other questions at annual and special meetings shall be by Australian ballot system. And then, yeah, and my suggestion is we just delete 805 and rely on the state statutes.
I agree.
is that one?
Carter, you want to say something?
So if we were to delete 801,
No,
no,
805.
thank you, 805, and including the first sentence, we would default to state statute, which is,
If we're silent on the subject, then state statute automatically applies.
we have the right, the council has the right to borrow up to 5%
The three options, yeah.
of those three options. Okay, great. I approve of striking 805. That is my,
Kevin, do you have an opinion about this?
Does that answer section C?
Hold on just a second, Lori. Kevin?
And certainly clarify a lot of things, just to strike it.
Lori?
Section C, about the transfer and, unencumbered appropriations, I mean, all the stuff, that's like all the stuff we done in the last year, just wondering. if that-
Well, and that's also just moving items from line item. Like if you underspend your fuel budget by $500, but you overspend the salt budget by 1,000, you
Right.
move the 500 from fuel to salt to balance the bottom line at the end of the year.
Okay.
That one felt redundant to me from the beginning. It's simply good fiscal practice.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what,
so it's not something we need to,
Well, I don't think so, but it's a matter of opinion, I suppose.
yeah.
Dave, can you speak one more time? I'm hearing all four council members agreeing with the general assessment that we can strike 805 entirely, having made the change to 501. You want to just say anything else you want to say about that?
I think the only thing, the council has the authority to transfer unencumbered fund balances. So, C, I think is what's proposed there is the manager may make a proposal to transfer those, and then the council has to approve it. Is that what was contemplated?
That's how it's
Yeah.
worded in terms of in between departments, like say moving from police to public works or whatever. But within a department, within say public works, my example earlier of moving money from salt to fuel or parts or whatever, the city manager would just do it. But if they were moving money from public works to police or police to
Council has to approve that. Yeah, that's consistent with the way state law works for appropriations or expenditures and budgets. So I'm good with removing the whole thing.
Carter?
great. That's where we get our page count back.
Okay, I've heard Andrew, Kevin, Carter, and John all say that this is their preferred way of dealing with it, to strike 805 entirely and then renumber what follows appropriately, which is just 806 becomes 805.
And then in 806, the word city needs to go in one place in the third line.
Hold on just a second, I just want to get solid on 805.
And you don't have there's nothing to say about any of these comments?
No, rest of the comments go. So,
Yeah, we've covered those.
and at the same time, we've clarified in 501 that budgets are an appropriate matter for voter approval.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there was a comment there about transfers between the funds, and to the extent that those are part of the budgets, they have to take place. You have to fund the salaries or the percentage of the clerk's office.
Okay,
And if those funds are managed and booked appropriately in the NEMRC system, then it's easier to track them from the point of view of preventing the other sort of transfers.
yes. Okay. So that, council members, you're all okay? I just want to make one last. Andrew, you're okay with that?
Rick, I want to make one quick caveat to your earlier statement.
Yes.
About borrowing. There's a new state law that says in an all hazard event or state of emergency, the legislative body can borrow money for up to 5 years or a term not to exceed the reasonably anticipated life of the improvements needed during those emergency events. So that's the one exception to borrowing for a term of more than 1 year where you don't need to go to the voters.
Understood. And that's
only in a state of emergency or all hazard event as declared by the governor.
yes. Okay.
Does this need to be, does 2 need to be capitalized?
No.
Does B? I'm
No.
questioning my,
No, you don't have to capitalize it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so 806 we've dealt with that too, John?
Yes.
Okay.
So if they're
We
worth it.
added city council there, yes. Okay, John, you want to move us on to subchapter 9?
All we did was capitalize charter in 3 places.
Okay. So let's go back to the very beginning.
we have this comment.
Oh, thank you. Power structure, council versus city manager. Oh, this was way back when, yes. So I think, yes, so the question was concerns about the power balance or power structure between council versus city manager. And the rights given to the manager, for example, to sign contracts was a specific question raised. And it's true that in this proposal, the city manager is given the power to sign contracts on behalf of the city. And I think the question that I heard Ann raising the other night was, should there at least be some limit on the amount of the contract, which, having served for 35 years in large and small nonprofit organizations, is certainly a practice that I've seen other places, that if a director of a nonprofit organization is going to spend beyond a certain limit, they're expected to get a second signature from a treasurer or go to the board or something. So I'm open to that conversation if people want to have it.
Where in the, could we go to the part where it does talk about contracts so I can?
Dave, can you tell us anything about kind of what your experience is of other communities? Like, is it typical in your experience to have some kind of a check and balance on the amount that a manager can spend without approval?
I think it's sort of all over the place. I don't really know off the top of my head. I think some towns do it by policy. They have a purchasing policy, and any contract over 15,000 requires, you go out to bid or something like that, in which case you usually are talking to the legislative body about it anyway. I'm trying to think about, other than employment contracts, what limit is a good one? And it's really hard to pick a good limit, just because for public works things, it can be really expensive just to buy like more salt, and you don't necessarily want to tie the city manager's hands when you need more salt. You just go buy the salt. You got to go buy 100 grand of salt. You got to buy 100 grand of salt. But it may be that amount. I'm also trying to think of what the bonding limit is on the city manager's.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that question, right? Like, what we're really talking about here, I think, is that if a city manager is making a decision that would imply indebtedness for the city, they would have to come to the city council. Jennifer, you want to say something about this?
I just was wondering why you don't leave it to each council to decide the limit when they start.
By policy.
By policy. I mean, that's one of the things. You used to vote on everything, but there are times where they said, oh, whatever, contracts.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question because
Is there a purchasing policy?
Yes.
there is a purchasing
We do.
policy.
We have a purchasing procurement policy, and it's been revised a couple of times. And in fact, we're probably going to have to redo it because the federal government is upping their requirements for grants. So we're gonna. It's not, the copy that I have has been clearly photocopied like so many a times, but we do have one, and so it could be improved upon. It will be improved upon.
And we already have the right as a council to establish the policy.
So, because we have the right to establish the policy, it would make sense instead of putting it in the charter and having a dollar amount become completely archaic with
Right.
inflation in 5, 10, 15 years, it makes way more sense to me to address it in the purchasing policy.
That works for me. Andrew and Kevin, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, then I think that's the last comment that we had to resolve.
Well, yes. I'm like, wait and see, I guess.
Can we just scroll up to the top?
Make sure we didn't miss it.
So, yeah, I just want to kind of go down
update
through.
This.
Yes, you're going to update that? Go ahead, Carrie. We'll wait for a moment to do this magical thing that I don't understand how you do.
I had to learn that last year too. What did I do?
It really did something.
Need me to run down and get another tape for you, Jim?
I've got it.
What do we want to?
Been done together.
What do we want to call this? Do we still need to call this the December 23rd draft?
No, so this is, you're gonna update it, assuming this is going to be approved by the council this evening for voting on town meeting day. What you're gonna do is, you're gonna do two, one, you're gonna update the date to today, so it'll be the January 28th, 2026 charter proposal.
And take the word draft
Then,
out.
yeah, take the word draft out, it is just the charter proposal dated today. Then, where you posted the original January 8th charter, you will post notice of a revision to that, or you can, what you can do is just attach the red line version that you have here printed out to the January 8th version. Then you're gonna have a separate version of this that is all black text underlined, and you're attaching that to the entire strike-through version of the old charter that I sent along earlier this month. And that second version is the one that goes into the voting booth for review when people are voting or they ask to see the charter proposal.
You're writing this down, right?
I've got the basics, and Dave, we'll reach out to you tomorrow to make sure we're doing it correctly.
So,
Yeah, and it's also in that opinion letter I wrote to you
Yes.
a few weeks back too.
Yep.
But yeah, so David, what you'll do is you'll have a red line version dated today, and you'll have a, what I'll call a black line version, also dated today for the purposes of voting.
is
So we can
this,
talk about it tomorrow as well.
has this been a good time to essentially close this document and accept all of the changes? So you have a clean version to look at?
We'll save this one as
Yeah,
a separate draft.
yeah, it's saved. And then I'm gonna save
Yep.
as. And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
save
do,
as.
The title of this is getting obnoxious.
I know, I saw that.
I can just say 128.
But I think we could just take action. We could scroll through the version one more time fairly quickly, make sure that everybody's still comfortable, and then go ahead and take the vote on the red line version. And we can create the black line version tomorrow. Right?
It's gonna
That's
take
correct, and you
1 second.
did already vote that it's too long and unwieldy to show in independent sections. So I think you're right. All you have to do is vote on this red line version after going through it, and then we'll create the black line tomorrow.
Do you want a readable version that is?
No, I'm saying we'll create that tomorrow. I think we've gone over every single change. So I think tonight, all we have to do is just go back through, let people lay eyes on it one more time. Take us 2 minutes to scroll down through and make sure there's nothing we want to talk about. And then
You did
vote
just
on.
save it though, right?
Yes, we have it
It's the new
saved.
version. I mean, because literally all you have to do is say.
I guess the question is, are we creating a potential problem by creating a new version where we accept all changes and voting on that,
I mean,
Dave.
it just might as well do it, right?
As long as you've saved this
Yeah.
interim one.
Is that, Dave, does that sound all right to you? Carrie's suggestion that we accept all changes?
Unless the what I would do is go through the red line version, scroll through this one more time, make sure everybody's okay with all the red line changes, then accept all and vote on a clean version.
Okay, let's do that first then.
You don't need me then.
No, I do need you, stay right there. You can't get away with
That's
that.
right.
Nice try.
But I was gonna ask the same thing, Carrie, but I don't think he's gonna let me go either.
No, that's right.
I just am eager to get rid of these red lines because I think it's potentially breaking my table of contents, but we can learn
We'll do that in a
about
moment,
10
okay?
minutes.
All we're gonna, yeah, or less. All we're gonna do is just scroll down through slowly. I'm just gonna ask kind of page by page. If I don't hear somebody say, wait a minute, I wanna look at that further, then we'll keep moving. So we've got subchapter 1, corporate existence retained, general powers, and law, specific powers, reservation of powers. Go ahead, Carrie. 105, form of government, and then moving on to subchapter 2, the governance structure. The whole section, this is the long one, right, where we've got powers and duties of city council. Go ahead and scroll down through. We've reread every one of these before we said yes to them, so I'm just looking for anything that it jogs for you. 202 on composition of city council terms of office. No substantive changes there from the current charter. Mayor, that's all pretty much the same. 204, commencement of terms and election of the city council president. And then this question around vacancy in office, this was the significant change we made tonight to make that 3%.
Going for 2.
Nice try in.
Not a fan.
Keep going. Okay, compensation and conflict of interest prohibitions. City council meetings and procedure. Appointments and the Harbor Commission and the other boards, committees, and task forces. And then we've got our addition that we created, the obligation to serve as water and sewer commissioners. Subchapter 3, the whole section on city managers. Appointment and hiring, powers of the city manager. Keep going. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that was a formatting question, that's all. Okay, keep going. City manager removal and hearing. Vacancy in the office of city manager. And then subchapter 4, the section on city clerk and treasurer. And city meetings. Then this short session on ordinance and then administration. And then the longer section on budget process and the annual city budget. City council action on the budget meeting and warnings. And we struck all of 805. Created a new 805 amount to be raised by taxation and the general provisions. Are there any questions about any of that before we invite a motion?
One question.
Mhm.
In 302C, did the last mention of attorney become city attorney for consistency?
Let's roll back, 302C.
The new C or the old C?
So let's scroll down.
It's the one on city attorney,
Oh,
yeah.
Have the city attorneys.
there we go. Yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
So I need to put that as a red line version.
Because we're not in that red line version yet.
Because I couldn't see it even though I stood up there.
Okay. Hearing no comment, what we're going to do is I'm going to invite a motion and a second. I'm going to give 2 minutes to anyone each who would like to speak to the broad motion to pass or approve.
Rick, can I interrupt real quick?
You
I want to make an addition
You certainly can.
at the very end.
Yeah? Go ahead.
Can I do a 903?
All right.
It's to allow for, this is so that where we reference state statutes, if they are amended, the charter will be interpreted to apply to the amended statute that is referenced, because I don't think something like that is in here. So it would be 903 state statutes.
Do you want to send the language in chat, Dave?
Yeah, well, give me a second.
And then we don't have to.
What?
Watch me type.
Sorry, I feel like with multiple screens and it's not easy.
Who do we still have online? Let's find out.
Where is chat? Here it is.
Can I make a comment about that while he's doing that?
About what he's adding?
What he's adding, because we haven't had a chance to make a comment
Go
about
ahead.
that at all.
Go ahead.
When you approve a charter, it seems to me, if each of you were duly diligent, you'd know everywhere in the state statute where you have to go so that you understand fully what your charter meant. So in this section that we just gotten rid of, you gotta go to the state statute and find it in 2 separate places. But at any rate, ideally, or definitely in my mind, if you approve this charter, you approve this charter with all the state statutes that it refers to. When you say prospectively, somehow, that when that state statute changes, and it could go horrible ways, you don't know which way it's gonna go. You can put in a provision that you totally don't want. And then you say, well, but we're adopting now what horrible thing they're going to do in the future. I don't think you want that in there at all, because you don't know what it's going to look like.
But the alternative would be that the charter provisions have to be, you have to go back and revise your charter if state statute changes.
And you want it.
And it forces you to.
But you have to go back and revise.
But state charters are changing state statutes are changing all the time. I mean, state law changes on a regular basis.
But if you expect me to vote, I'm voting on this charter.
Yeah, what we're asking people to do, like take the ordinance section. What we're saying is we are going to follow the state statutes on ordinances.
No, what I'm voting for is this charter.
Which says we will defer to state ordinances, to state statutes.
As they are now, I can see what they are now. I went and looked at them and I know what they say. But they could say, anything horrible, and we will be adopting them.
So
I'm not.
Dave, is this language that you're proposing something that you've seen in other charters?
Yes, it's in a number of other municipal charters and has been approved by the legislature in at least, I'd say, half a dozen or a dozen locations.
Of course it's been approved.
We're not doing a conversation. Thank you for the comment. Is there a... No, that's all I want to ask. Council members, do you have other questions? Let's just read what Dave has recommended here. Go ahead, John.
Second line renumbered just as a typo.
I need a title as well.
I can't tell.
We'll make it. We'll try and make it bigger, but feel free to come forward.
Read it out loud.
Yeah, John, can you read it, please?
If any matter mentioned in this charter is said to be controlled by state statutes, the reference to the state statute shall apply to the statute as amended or renumbered, or any statute substituted therefore and having subject matter.
And what would you title this section, Dave?
I would title it state statutes or statutory references, something like that.
Council members, do you have an opinion about this?
I think it's good.
Well, depending on the subject matter of the statute, it's going to prevail anyway. For instance, when the original charter was adopted, there was no such thing as a code of ethics, there was no such thing as a right to know law, or open meeting law, there was no such thing as a public records request law, there was, and you can just go on and on and on.
All of which do supersede our charter.
Exactly.
And, I think hearing Ann's concern, and I do, my answer to that would be, it is always possible, as proven by the convoluted mess our current charter is, to go and amend our chart. So if there's a state statute that we find as a community so egregious we can't stand it, and we think, and we have legal foundation to change it, because it isn't automatically superseded by state law, that's how you would manage that moment.
Yeah, then we change it. We don't just sit on it for 120 years.
Right.
And some places like Burlington are running in there every year and trying to change things.
Right. Okay. Andrew, are you okay with this? I've heard Kevin and Carter both say yes.
Yes.
John?
Fine.
Okay.
So I'm going to save the track changes again.
Yes.
I'm going to close out of it. I've added it here. I'm going to update the table of contents in this soon to be clean version.
Yes. Yes, so now we're going to go ahead and let you make the track changes now that we've rolled through it one more time.
I'm going to make,
You're gonna,
I just messed up.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Except all the track changes.
That's
Yeah.
what I meant, yeah.
I'm going to make sure that new section made it in to the table of contents,
Yeah.
and it didn't. Weird. Unless it's like down here? No. Which is what I
don't see it.
suspected. So.
Yeah.
But the mouse doesn't track onto.
Nope.
So hopefully that just fixed it. Okay, I gotta go full screen.
Yeah, it's still right there.
Go to put your cursor on 903 and then go to references and make sure it has it doesn't have a title. 903
Yeah.
doesn't have a link to,
No, I'm not linking it. I'm using the,
Formatting or the styles.
yeah, I'm using the styles, in theory.
We were so smooth, Dave.
I'm gonna maybe just,
I know, I screwed it all up, I'm sorry. Yeah,
It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's underlined in 903.
no,
it's because it
yeah,
doesn't
but
have
now,
a
I like what
reference.
she's doing here. Oh, I like what you're doing, now
Okay.
fix that one,
it's
yeah.
gonna fix
There it
it.
is.
Let's see if that works.
I can't explain why my other way didn't work, but.
See the little carrot next to
It'll work
903,
now.
that's what puts it in there.
I'll just take your word for it.
I got promise.
It'll work.
That always gets me into trouble.
No, Carrie, save it before updating the table again.
Okay. For superstitious reasons? Yep, it's in there.
Nice.
So
Bingo.
now, accept all changes and stop tracking? Everybody
Yep, we're ready.
on board?
Hit the button.
See if anything breaks.
Wow.
And then I would like to do a spell check.
Okay,
Just
go
for,
ahead, do it.
Okay, so yeah, for reasons like this.
Oh, it doesn't understand.
Yeah, because we're not using the actual. Okay. We've got 232. It doesn't like that word, but I think it's real.
That's
yeah.
a real
Listers
word.
is a word, yep. Leaders.
I think that's okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, because it's like sub.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, just ignore.
Very loud.
Okay,
Now I can leave you here. Do you want to scroll through this and see if there's any like weird formatting stuff that happened with that?
yeah, it can't hurt, just to make sure our numbering's okay.
This will be embarrassing.
Always, you know, this one.
It's looking good. There it is, yeah. 702, 3. Okay, Mr. Manette, would you like to make a motion?
I'll move that we approve this proposal for submission to the voters at town meeting, city meeting,
At the annual meeting on March
annual
3rd.
meeting on
March
whatever the
3rd.
date is, March.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, I got
you.
I'll take the second from Carter, but thank you, Andrew. And council members, I'm going to come back to you for any final comments you'd like to make. I assume there are folks in the room here who would like to make comments. Carter, can you please keep time?
Yes.
Okay. If we hit 2 minutes, we'll let you know. If we go over 3, we're going to stop. Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I'll start. Sort of a concern, I don't think that the city clerk has input into the salaries for his or her staff. It seems to be city manager and council only. I still have concerns about a lease. I can, imagine a lease between, if what David Ruth said of 20 years is covered, but what about 5 to 10 years? And I still will say, I think this is a rush job, and I do wonder if we get a chance to read it through and find some glaring conflict, is there a chance to stop this process? So that's it.
Thank you.
Unless the last
I'll
one.
just say the only chances to stop the process would be in the next 24 hours. Because the only chance we have to finish, to change the warning that we're about to take action on tonight would be before Friday?
I've got a warrant Friday. By Friday.
So when's this version going to be posted?
First thing tomorrow morning. Carrie's
Sorry,
gonna post it first thing tomorrow morning.
Tonight, I don't care.
Yeah, well, we can put it up tonight.
The only thing I gotta change on the warning is add a section for 903 in there.
We'll address that in a minute.
No, you don't have to do that because the warning only references the subchapter
subchapters.
numbers.
Okay.
Thank you.
the version that you want to file with the city clerk should be an all underlined.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it
Every
right
single
now.
word should be underlined as well, and then attach that strikeout version of the old charter that I sent over as a PDF about 3 weeks ago.
Dave, I assume it's fine if the table of contents is not underlined? Or should I update it and then it'll make?
Yeah, I would like, it would be best if you could underline it, because we're supposed to show everything in amended form.
It doesn't care for it. I can remove my nice.
Okay, let's go on while Carrie's working on that. Thank you, Jennifer. And
Well, having watched this whole process speed by, and trying to contribute as much as I could, I have to tell you that I have to vote no on the whole process and the charter itself. And I'm hoping people will understand, the voters out there, that will understand that we have an opportunity eventually to do this and do it in as much time as we need, and to consider these things that are happening that are wrong. One, not a strikeout of everything and a new input, but line by line. So we get to pick and choose amongst the things we want and we don't want. We don't have to buy something wholesale. We can pick what we want and leave out what we don't want. So I have to say no to the whole thing. The powers and duties that have been given to the city manager here are extraordinary. We've already experienced a city manager with limits, who overstepped limits, and it was horrible. And we're paying for it still in the debts we have. Now we're going to give them even more power. That's absolutely wrong. We need strong contract limitations on how much money can be spent by them. That'll help us down the line. With respect to the number of people it takes for us to get an election to vote for the people that are going to sit on the council, raising it from 25, which is what we've got now, and if we reject this new charter, we still have the 25, to what Jim mentioned, which was about 115 people for a petition, is ridiculous. Don't give up your rights. The other thing that emerges here is how much we go to state statute to figure out what our charter should be telling us. No one's going to be able to go to state charter and see where all the holes are that we have to fill. And then it's even worse, because as the state statute changes, our charter changes. No, our charter should stay where it is when we vote for it, not constantly changing. So that last amendment that was put in or added is totally ridiculous. So I can only say, and I'll come back with other arguments eventually, as much as I have opportunity, please don't vote for this charter.
thank you, Ann. Lori?
I'm a little on the fence. I do agree that this has been it's a long process in our minds, but it has been fast. And I am concerned, like Ann and others, that we may be leaving out something. I'm not saying it was done purposefully, but in the work of like reading, I just think that, some of the sections that were taken out, and we know which ones those were, that, maybe we are missing something. And I happen to agree that the power given to the city manager in this charter is above and beyond. So I do appreciate the work that's been put into this. I just wonder if it could have been done a little bit more slowly and you know, I appreciate that John has taken his time to do this, but, anyway, that's my thought.
Thank you. Pam?
What you have done with this charter is a process called log rolling, bundling. You would put everything in one big package and you want us to vote yes on it. And we've also been told that we can vote yes, or we can quote, do nothing. No, we have another option, we can vote no. And I have no idea what people will do, but I hope they're paying attention. As a quick FYI, Essex Junction, and this is one of the models, that new charter is one of the models for us, is already modifying their new charter because of things that didn't work as they wanted. You can easily look that up, I did. But here's a quick quote, and it's from somebody called Noam Chomsky. Some of you may know who that is, some of you may not, because he's probably way before your time. The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum. Even encourage the more critical and dissident views. That gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate. That is what has been done to us. We have been given some leeway to discuss, but the presupposition is that what you all decided, rightly, wrongly, you obviously have the law that says you can do that. But that's not what we voted for. We voted for representatives, not dictators. I'd just like you to be aware of that.
Thank you for your comments. Council members, I'm going to ask if any of you would like to make final comments before we vote.
Well, I think the comment about having to look at state statute is absurd. And the reason for that is that under the current charter, there are in excess of 1,000 pages, I don't know how many, in excess of that of state statute that have to be referenced now to actually run the city. The charter does not even begin to cover the full range of issues that have to be addressed in terms of running the city. Beyond that, there are umpteen thousand pages of federal law and regulations that govern it. So that's an argument that's utterly without merit from my perspective. And as for the strike all, the current charter is such a jumbled up mess that trying to write an itemized line by line version would be virtually impossible. The thing would be 100 pages long and really nobody would read it. And while we've heard an awful lot from half a dozen folks in the community, there are some multiple thousands of people in this community that don't come to these meetings, but may talk to one or more of us privately and individually because they don't want to appear in public. I've tried to encourage some of them to come to these meetings and they refuse because they feel like they're going to be put down by other voices in the community. They're intimidated. It's true. And it's absolutely true.
That's how we feel about
Wait,
you.
this is not a conversation.
Yeah, let me finish. Don't interrupt. You're out of line.
So did your finger. That was very rude.
Pam, please stop.
Just did
Please
it.
stop.
The fact of the matter is, I've spoken to a fair number of people one-on-one who generally have raised only about two concerns. One is that they hope if the council keeps going on the track they're going in terms of finances. And two, they're concerned about a separation of duties between the treasurer and the manager and the clerk and the manager maintained along the lines they are now. That's the only substantive comment that I've gotten. And once people have been made aware that that's the direction the charter's going in, I've heard far more support for what we're doing than opposition, and I've heard a fair amount of it's about time. And when we started this process, I thought we were doing it pretty quickly, but the more that I've gotten into it and looked at it, the more I think it needs to be done, and it's long overdue.
Thank you, John. Carter?
I think I've stated my opinion, and looking at the clock, I'm just going to be brief, and that I feel good about this process. I'm so appreciative of John's efforts getting to this point. I'm appreciative of those that have continuously come to their meeting and voiced their concerns. I feel good about the changes that not only we made tonight, but some of them not substantive, just formatting, but others really did incorporate feedback. And I appreciate those who also submitted feedback in writing. It's just easier to handle. But ultimately, this is going to go to the voters. This is now, I hope we approve, and we can just see. It's a litmus test. It'll be voted upon. It is out of our control, and we'll see where it goes.
Andrew?
I would like to echo Carter's comments there with all the work that has gone into this. Specifically, John, thank you very much. I think that this is, and I said it before, it's long overdue. It's been talked about for several years. And if we were to just take this section by section and do it, it would never come to fruition to get to the point where we are now. So I just want to thank everybody that's worked on this, and I look forward to it going to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Mr. President, do you have thoughts you want to share?
They've already been shared. I mean, there was no reason to delay this or drag the charter revision. It's been quick, but it's not been rushed. We did, taking it section by section, and debated it ad nauseum. Good.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll just add, I'm really proud of the work that the council has done on this, and I'm grateful for the remarkable staying power and effort that's been brought by the four of you in the room with us tonight, but also by a number of other people who have really hung in there and helped us to improve the document. So I'm grateful for that. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I've just got two concerns about future clerks and treasurers, not myself. The fact that one I brought up being supervised by people who really don't know what goes on down there is one. And the other one is not having some input on the salaries or pay of the people that work in the clerk's office. I found that the city manager setting the pay for the clerk's office was supposed to be a separation of duties and powers, that the clerk or the treasurer wouldn't have any input in the salary of the people downstairs.
Just to be
That's
clear,
just my
I think where we
concern.
ended up, just to be clear, is it's not a city manager decision. It's a city manager and council decision.
It's
So
a
Yeah, but-
council final decision.
council makes the final decision, and my assumption is obviously not without the.
Okay, well, I must have read it
support of-
wrong, 'cause I thought I read in there with the city manager determine what the
No.
salaries. All right.
Okay, having heard all the comments, all those in favor of the motion to approve this charter proposal to go forward for voter consideration, please say aye.
Aye.
I
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously, and I'm very grateful. Thank you for all your work. Dave, don't go yet, Dave. I need you for just a few more minutes. Now you can go, Carrie. Okay, we're moving on our agenda to item number 6, which is to warn the ballot initiatives, the articles for the ballot that Jim gave to us on Monday night. I will not rehearse them. I will note that I found 5 typos, and I can review them.
I've been through this 10 times, right?
Do you want
Changed all of
do you
this
want these
ballot.
last typos that I found,
You can
or
give it to
just
me,
in
but
case?
Probably already been changed.
All right. One is in the very first article, in the middle sentence, it says 1 trustees, and the S should be struck in trustees.
Yeah.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay, pay attention, council members, you're gonna vote on this after we make the changes. Okay? The next one is on the 3rd page, under Article 7, where it says city, subchapter 4, it should say city clerk and treasurer, and R needs to be added to it.
Already got that.
You got that one, all right? Article 12 on the next page, in the second line, it should say dollars instead of just dollar. S needs to be added. And at the bottom of that page, Article 16 in the last line, It should say in the city of Newport, city is misspelled with an O instead of an I.
How come I misspelled my own city? Right there.
You see it?
The Cody.
I got
Article
that one
16,
already.
and I missed one, Article 14, where in the first line it says $3,000, it should say dollars with an
I
S.
got that one already.
Okay, those are the only,
One you got.
There's actually one more.
You got one more, John?
Article 11, second line, there should not be an apostrophe in Vermonters.
Article 11, second line, no apostrophe.
Correct.
The moment.
Okay. Jim, are there any other changes that you found that you want to make to this before we consider it tonight?
No, I think with the one John found, the one that I didn't catch, that you found out.
Okay. Council members, you've had an opportunity to read this. I hope you've read it with care. Any other concerns or questions you want to lift up about it tonight before we... Dave, I just want to make sure you're still with us, right? We can vote on all of this as a piece. We don't have to do these articles individually, correct?
That's correct. You just moved to approve the warning for the 2026 annual meeting.
Okay.
In Article 12, it's last sentence, or I guess it's all, okay. An assistant providing psychiatric mental health services to residents of Caledonia, Essex, and Orleans counties, and direct the city,
There's another.
there's it should say to assess
Yes, that's good.
a tax, and I don't care, the
Which one's
lowercase,
that?
uppercase.
Nice
Article
catch.
12.
It's amazing how we can roll right by these and see what we don't see.
Yeah. At first I was like, that should be in assesses, and I was like, no.
Right. Got that one, Jim?
Actually, the motion should be motion to approve the 2026 annual meeting warning as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion
I'll second.
to approve as amended, and I have a second from John. Any further conversation about this from the council? Anybody in the community have a conversation you want to lift up about this? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries.
Can I have everybody sign this last page?
Yes, and
The correction.
this means Kevin and Andrew, we'll need you to sign this as well. Kevin, if it's helpful to you, I'd be happy to drop by with it so you don't have to try and make the trip here.
I've got to stop by tomorrow anyways,
Great, okay.
so I'll let you, will Carrie be there?
Tomorrow, Carrie, be here about 5, right, Carrie? If you can come before,
You gotta
come earlier if you
What
can.
time do you want?
Yeah, when would you like to
Or
come?
do you want me to take it to you?
I'll try to get there by 4, if that's not I can.
Would it be better for you to just run it over to the school?
Yeah, I don't mind running it over.
Carrie's happy to just run over to the school tomorrow if that works for you, Kevin. And then-
Okay, have them bring the personnel policy as well.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that.
What time are you at school?
Mayor, may I be dismissed?
Yeah, I think you can be dismissed. Thank you very much, Dave. I really
Thank you.
appreciate everything you've
Congratulations,
done.
everybody.
Thank you.
Well, job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay. Item number 7 is public comment. I will invite public comment on anything we have not already discussed this evening. Are there any folks who would like to make public comment? Go ahead, Ann.
I was
Jennifer?
first signed up, so I'll just say, despite the fact that I feel this is a rush job, I do appreciate all of the extra time that John has put in and the council members have put in. It's not to, demean that. It's just, I think that, it still needs a little sort of contemplation and reading through and thinking about the complete one.
Thank you, Jennifer.
2 days would make one hell of a difference.
Mhm.
That's it.
Okay, who else has signed up? Ann,
I was.
go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the budget. I want to begin talking about the budget. It's about $500,000 more than it was, as I recall, last year that we'll be paying. And we've been paying, us, the citizens of Newport have been paying big bucks increases over the years. And now we're up to this, I think it was half as much when I first moved here. But I think that when we voted to help the city out and get us out of this mess and agree to all of the loans that we agreed to, the voters expected something back in terms of, you might say, austerity. And I can remember the first finance task force meeting that we went to. A person who's no longer on the task force started out by saying that he thought the path to success was austerity in terms of getting us back where we should be. And he suggested that in many ways, that, you know, we could make cuts, and it never happened. And then he sort of, and that wasn't the way that it was clear that the city leaders wanted it to go. And he eventually resigned from the committee. And then just recently, a woman, and I'm not identifying anybody, but you can watch the finance committee task force film if it ever was produced. She said, when everybody else was going for raising the budget because we needed this and we needed that, she said that she thought that we should be trying for a big lowering of the budget so that we could restore the confidence.
Thank you, Anne, for your comment. It's been 2 minutes.
She can have my.
Let me just finish the sentence.
I'll restart the comment.
That she said that she thought it would restore the confidence the community would have in us, because she was thinking, and many other people that she spoke to were thinking, she and her family, of moving to Derby. And we've heard that before, because taxes are a lot less in Derby. So even on the financial task force, there has been a feeling that things should be lowered, not raised. And I'll go on later with the rest.
Thank you for your
Next
comments. Anyone else signed up? Okay, moving us on. Council members, is there any new business?
None.
Carter?
I was just double checking.
Andrew?
None.
And Kevin?
None.
Okay, old business. I'll just pause and sing out if you've got old business you want to put on the agenda.
Nope.
Hearing none. Item 10, the next meeting of the council will be a regular meeting this coming February the 2nd at 6 p.m. here in council chambers. And I will note for the council's, just so the council knows, it looks like we're going to hold us to 2 meetings in the month of February. So thank you all for an unbelievably packed month of January. I'm really grateful. Kevin, here's your big moment.
I make a motion that we adjourn until our meeting on Monday at 6.
I have a motion to adjourn. Any second?
I'll second.
All those
Second.
in favor say aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you all.